Welcome everybody to the Breachers VRML Season 2 postseason interview segment. I am here with the illustrious ranked 4th team in North America, Fusion. Let's get down the roster here, introduce everyone that we've got, because it is almost the entire team, and we'll start with you, Heyne.
I'm Heyne. I like the Taurus.
That summarizes him well.
I'm Crimson. I'm the fledgling, the newest to the team. Been learning a lot the last couple weeks.
I am the big man. I buy a lot of util. A lot of util.
I'm Chosen. I'm the worst player on the team. Yippee!
I'm Luna, captain and IGL of Fusion.
Hi, I'm Ondog. I am the co-captain of Fusion, and I'm the Lurk. I like the Taurus too.
I'm Jit. I'm the entry fragger and known best player of Fusion.
And then, of course, we have Tog. He's not here today, but he's the professional bottom frag. I'm kidding. He's awesome. We love Tog.
All right, well, it's been 11 weeks of regular season gameplay. The second season this time around for VRML. Luna, I'll start with you. You know, how does it feel to be locked in at that 4th place in NA?
Comfortable. We're here. We're in the top 7. Just, I've never had to play the CC, luckily enough. So it's just comfortable as always.
Get to enjoy the show.
Exactly. Last weekend was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, for someone who has played CC, it is very nice not having to.
Mm-hmm.
That is tiring.
Did you expect to be here in this top 7 when you guys started the regular season? Did you think you'd be ranked 4th overall in NA?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We practice more than probably every other team, and I don't think that's an exaggeration or being full of myself here. We do like 4 hours a day.
We do a lot of control points.
Yeah. So we wanted to.
I'm gonna jump some questions here a little bit, but how are you preparing then for the closed qualifiers? You know, is there a lot of work that's been going? I'm assuming then an equivalent amount of work that's been going in over these last few days here.
Yeah, scrims. You know, of course, we've got our normal practices that we do. You know, we do them every day. We've been trying to, VOD review. We always check out our gameplay, checking out what our opponents are going to be doing. So it's just a lot of, parts research and other parts just trying to make sure we're mechanically ready for this.
Got some big challenges coming up this weekend, but I want to talk about your season and maybe what was one of the most challenging moments of the regular season for you guys.
Getting started, I think, at least from my perspective. What do you think, Luna?
Once we got everything started, then it was pretty well sailing from there.
Yeah, the start was a little rough because, you don't have your plays yet. You might not know, like a lot of our players, we didn't really know all the way yet. I didn't know Jet, I didn't know, Crimson wasn't there. I didn't know Tog or Big Man. So it's a lot of like understanding each other's play styles and getting everything formulated. But once we got past that, like I'd say when we started, we were like low diamond. It wasn't too bad after that.
Not a bad start, low diamond. I think a lot of players tuning in would be really happy to start low diamond.
Yes.
You're going to have some, exceptional challenges coming up this weekend, this closed qualifiers, and then semis, finals potentially. We'll talk about that in a moment. But how are you? What are you looking forward to in this weekend? You only have, I guess, one matchup to really prepare for, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we're looking for a quick clean game versus Ignite.
I'm just excited to be
confident.
playing on my own servers.
Is there any preparation for the semifinals then, where ultimately your fate for this massive North American prize pool kind of go onto the line?
I'm excited to play Replay.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm excited to play
17.
Restart too. Yeah.
Yeah, Restart's gonna be a very hard
Yeah.
battle to fight,
Yep, very hard battle.
Gears,
Jimmy, very deadly with the Taurus.
Yeah, story power gets scary.
It's still obviously maybe I guess not that far away, really. Like we were saying, just 2 weekends away. But if you
Mhm.
do qualify to VRML Con, anything that you're going to be doing to prepare for that convention, you know, I propose that maybe you got to have people screaming at you while you're playing to kind of get ready for the live environment.
I am going to
I'll
have
be
a speaker playing over the microphone, yelling a lot of bad stuff and false calls. Let's say that.
Huh?
We already have that.
I'm just gonna have a speaker yelling, "Well, guy on your left, guy on your left."
Big megaphone.
I'm prepared. I'm preparing in my head for if that happens.
At least for me, I know that I'm gonna be going to a Quest 3, so I can start practicing that device for VRML Con. Because switching devices, it's so weird. Different inputs, different position on the remotes. I'm going from an Index to a Quest 3, and of course, I got like a business trip right before. So.
Two heads is broken.
Okay, well, again, there's a lot to look forward to with this season finals coming up, and the best of luck to you guys. Fusion, thank you so much for jumping in and chatting with me this afternoon. We'll see you all on the battlefield, but until then, I guess off to whoever's casting.
Woo! Thank you, not fired.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nightfire. Thank you, Nightfire.
Any shout outs you guys want to put in real quick?
I love you,
Fog.
I love you, Tog. I hope you have fun at your con
Shout
shirt.
out to old Static Creed. I miss you boys.
Shout out to Replug.
I gotta go for shout out to Endo then.
Shout out, Mark.
Got a lot of people to say hi to.
Shout out to
Oh,
Blitz.
yeah.
Shout out to Blitz. Shout out to Dead Stop.
You can
yeah.
cut off Jet whenever.
You can keep going. Go on.
No,
Shout out to
let's
my
pull out.
boys at F3. I love my boys at F3.
Hey, and he's gone. He's already
love it.
leaving the team for F3, man. He's just leaving. But hey, man.
Awesome. Well, that's all I got, guys. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you
Of
for your
course,
time,
Nightfire.
Nightfire. I
Anything
hope
for
you-
you.
Our team fuck.
There's Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Mitchell is right on top, and there's a double kill that comes in from Cozy from hit to the EMP inside. Oh my god! No! It's an F5! 4, 3. Welcome, everybody, to the Breachers VRML Season 2 postseason interview. My name's Nightfire with 2 E's. Today, I am joined by the ranked 5th team in North America, Ignite, Batman, Unbroken Verdict, and Alfred. Why don't you guys introduce yourself?
I'm Unbroken Verdict. I'll start off. I'm the captain of Ignite, and then you can go, McLovin.
Hello, I am co-captain of Ignite, Alfred.
Yeah, and my name's Batman. I have to carry this team.
He's right. He's right.
After 11 weeks of this season, you ranked 5th. How does it feel to be 5th? Are you happy with where you're at? Is it what you were looking to achieve when you started the season?
I'd say yes. Definitely something we were trying to achieve. Definitely just getting within the top 8. Last season, we ended on the 8th seed, so we had to go through the whole CC route of the situation. But to end up farther than that at this point in time, definitely positive note on us. We always strive just to keep going higher and higher every season. So to achieve that goal this season is definitely a big thing for us. So I definitely am happy with the way we were placed for this season.
Batman, how does it feel to skip the Challenger Cup and get to watch?
It's
them?
so nice. Last season, there was a bit of just bad plays on our part, just not being prepared enough, and just a few things with timing, everybody not being up on time, and then we ended up taking a big L our first game and then winning the rest.
Yep.
But in CC, if you lose one game, you're pretty much out.
Yeah, it is brutal. And we had fantastic matches last weekend. If you missed any of those, you can catch them on the live VOD right now. I wanted to kind of get your perspective, Alfred, on the season and maybe one of the most challenging part of it. What was the hardest part of season 2 for you?
Match versus Nerdy. Sure. We got stomped right there. That match was very rough for us. I think it was 7-2 and then 7-1. Pretty sure. Yeah, we weren't ready at all for them. Kind of just lacked teamwork right there. Like,
Yeah, it was definitely the gaps when we come across the top teams, especially Acer and Aspect kind of just being the ones kind of leading the charge for the VRML season. So coming across those guys, they're building blocks for us. Like when we come across these type of teams, so it's like when we face teams like Eternity, Aspect, Acer, it's like yes, we take the L, and we usually don't get most of the upvotes for those type of games majority throughout the season as well. But nevertheless, it's like these are still things that, yes, they are, bumps in the road. But like I always talk about the perspective of just kind of seeing it in the sense of how we can build upon that. And so regardless, I definitely would have to agree with Alfred and say that when we face those top teams, Eternity, Aspect, and Acer, definitely something that, gave us some trouble throughout the season.
Do you know who are you going up against this weekend?
I believe we are playing Fusion. Yeah, we are playing
Fusion
Fusion this week.
Which we tied.
They're just underneath the Eternity Aspect Acer trio there on the regular season rankings. How do you feel about them? How are you preparing for them next weekend? And Broken, you can start. Batman, whoever.
So weekly, we have been really locking down on our scrim. So it's like as many reps as we can to get in as possible. That really does benefit us. For example, even playing in the BCL league, we played our match today. Mistakes were made, but these are things that I'd rather make these mistakes here rather than this weekend. So it's like in terms of that, I definitely think that that's kind of where I stand. So I'll let Batman.
We're just kind of putting in research, doing what we can, just looking at the bracket, watching matches, playing scrims, just trying to do what we can to prepare for whatever we can do.
Yeah, we talk about the bracket and we talk about those top 3, and the reality is if you win this weekend, you'll move on to next weekend to go up against most likely one of those top 3 teams. Is there anything you're doing to prepare for them as well? Are you looking forward that far ahead?
Oh, definitely. I think just because we have played are all fair of the top teams already, whether it may be scrims or in matches. So we do have our intel in terms of that. Also, you graciously streaming some of these beautiful games for us. Like we are able to watch some of those back and kind of get the intel on that. But nevertheless, they know that people are watching. We know that people are watching our game. So it's like they probably will be making their adjustments, and it's just a matter of us to just be able to really work on hone and to be adaptable on the fly when it comes to those type of situations.
Batman, if we look even further and you do win in the semifinals, get that flight out to the grand finals live on stage at VRML Con. Is there anything you or the team is going to be doing to prepare for that on stage performance?
Well, honestly, that's something that's just like completely we haven't really thought about. I feel like because it just when it comes to everybody's schedules and how everything works, and 2 of our players actually play on CV1, so we're gonna have to switch to Quest in order to play there if we do make it. So it's just like it's a lot that we're gonna have to practice and prepare for it. Like that's even if we get to that point.
Yeah,
if I may add on to that,
Go ahead.
let me. Yeah, I definitely, it's in the thoughts, man. It's definitely in the thoughts. I picture the situation just being like, even if we were on a stage playing in front of people, it's like, of course we'll get the jitters, but the second we put on the headset, get through the, get the blood flowing and just really just get in the vibe, I feel like all of that kind of zones in, because it's like, once we all start playing and once we all start locking in, we kind of get tunnel vision, in the sense of prioritizing what we need to focus on. So I really trust in that capability for us when and if that time comes for us.
Yeah, putting a headset on will definitely help zone out the crowd a little bit.
Exactly.
I've suggested maybe blaring some crowd noise in your room when you're playing.
Oh,
as like a as like a warm-up tool.
There we go.
Well, you got a long road ahead of you guys, but it's ultimately just 2 weekends, 2 games, 2 best of 3s, and the best of luck to you coming up here in this postseason. Thank you guys so much for jumping in and chatting with me. This has been Ignite. Shout out to you three, and again, good luck.
Appreciate it, Nightfire. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Any final shout outs to anybody you want to give? Anybody want to give any shout outs to anyone, anything like that?
Listen, we give a shout out to the Ignite squad. Yeah, the Ignite squad. The rest of us who couldn't show up.
Shout out my evil twin, Sabovia. That's my evil
our
twin.
team. Yep, there we go.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
I appreciate it, Nightfire. Thank you.
There's Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Big Blues right on top.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. I'm your host, Gibular Bob. I'm joined today by my fellow co-casters, Martini and Hertaj. Hope you're all doing fantastic. And here we are, NA Top 8 Day 1, which, I mean, I think everybody's even more excited for this than they were last week. And, you know, if anything's, if last week's matchups are anything to go off of, it's that we will have a fantastic experience today. So, really quick, let's get into a little bit of a recap of what happened. So, during the 11 weeks of season, teams battle it out and they get ranked on a leaderboard, and then at the postseason, or after the end of that regular season, we take the number 1 through 7 teams and we seed them in our tournament here. And the 8th slot is determined by the Challenger Cup, which happened last week, where teams played in 5 rounds on day 1, and then the best teams from the region played in a best of 3 on Sunday, and that gave us our 8th spot. So we'll see the 8th spot play against Acer a little bit later. But first off, we do have Fusion versus Ignite to kick off our top 8 day 1. And I mean, number 4 and number 5, Martini, we'll start with you. What are your thoughts here on this matchup?
I mean, yeah, this is as close as you get. I think in terms of seeding, right? Literally, these teams are next to each other. I even checked out some of their older stats. These two teams have actually already played against each other. Funny enough, that match also came out into a tie. Like, it was like one team won one, the other team won the other map, and then the last one was a 6-6. I mean, as close as you can get. I really think this is just a coin flip. Like, who knows which team's gonna win either which way. But, you know, credit to the team Fusion. So I was checking out some stuff. Like, it's a newly formed team this season. So they had to, like, really build from the, you know, ground up. But it's a team that's new, but it's definitely not lacking the experience. And we see that a lot with, you know, these newer teams, right? They're just teams that kind of, you know, fell apart, reformed with different players. And obviously Fusion's doing a really good job. Placing 4th in their first season is definitely a really big accomplishment for a newly formed team. But Ignite, they have the experience. They've been around, I believe, since preseason. So they've been doing this. They've been playing amongst the top 10 consistently. So they know what it means to play as a, you know, master tier team.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Ignite was participating in the Season 1 Challenger Cup, where I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't believe they won that one.
I believe I remember that very clear because me and you casted this.
Back
in Challenger Cup. Yeah, it was the first round Ignite versus Pantheon, and that came out as, I believe, one of the biggest upsets we've seen last season.
Right, yeah.
So, you know, now they've secured top 8. No, they didn't have to go through Challenger Cup. I believe it was a different roster this time, so they believe they kind of split off. So hopefully this is a better Ignite than what we've seen back during Season 1. And as you said, Martini, you know, both these teams have different rosters. If you look on the side of Fusion, basically a good amount of their players came from different top tier 1 rosters. Some of them came from Formula 3, Restart. I believe some of them came from Eternity. But it is just a full-on stacked roster. But as you said, this could be a coin flip. This could flip either way because on the side of Ignite, they have been pretty consistent during that regular season.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see where they go. Yeah, Fusion definitely. I mean, to Martini's point, they're a newer team, but at the same time, they've got members that have been in this scene for a very, very long time. So yeah, they've put up a pretty good performance all across the season. Same with Ignite, and of course that's why they're netted as the number 4 and number 5 teams. So in terms of skill level, I'd say that these teams are on the same kind of category. What are your thoughts, Martini?
I mean, like I said earlier, this I think is as close of a matchup as it can get. I mean, they've already tied against each other. So for me, this is honestly kind of, I would consider it a grudge match between these two teams because they've already played against each other. They tied, but this isn't the ladder match anymore. This is playoffs. Somebody's got to win and someone's going to move on. And I think this is gonna be an exciting game. Both of these teams are gonna really be pulling out all the stops because they've already tied against each other. They can't do that anymore. Someone's got to win this one out. Whether we go to best of 5, we'll have to see if that's Browns played, then best of 5, right? We'll have to see. I'm excited to see which team can, I think, get as many rounds as possible. I think this, I can see this because of their previous history against each other going into, a map 3, and I can really see it coming down to rounds potentially. If they tie one of those maps, it's coming down to rounds, and if those tie, well, I don't know. I think it goes on to map, best of 5, right? But we'll deal with that later when we get to it. Let's not overthink that part. But I think every single round is going to matter a lot for, between these two teams, and it'll be exciting to see which team, really deserves this win, right? Because it doesn't matter, as we've seen in playoffs, it doesn't matter what your seeding is or your ranking was on the ladder. What matters in playoffs is, can you win a game against the other team or not? That's all it is. Nothing else more than that, and that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, because you're gonna have to expect you're gonna, face, you could face any of these other teams in this series, so you've got to be on your A game. And what a time to settle the score, in the playoffs here. No pressure, right? Between these two teams.
Looks like, also fun fact, looks like I think Bane, one of the players on Ignite, is actually a poach from Fusion. So it'll be interesting to see, how that plays, if they decide to even play Bane in this matchup, because it's always interesting, I think, to play against your previous team, especially in the playoffs, in the same season that you had left that team. So
little surprising trivia fact: I actually played ranked with Bane yesterday, and they said they were gonna be here. Shout out to Bane if you're watching this. But so I think on that note, there's a little activity that, it's kind of tradition here, gentlemen, and I think we go through the brackets here. I made some predictions earlier today for the EU side of things. I'm not to butter myself up here, but I got both of my predictions right.
You're gonna put talent on blast to say, who do you think is gonna move? Who's gonna move on?
I hate doing this, to be honest, because I hate being wrong, and I know people in the comments are gonna be like, "Oh, you said this, but you're totally wrong."
The chat is just gonna
they're gonna roast you, right?
But if I'm gonna get
Casper's blessing, Casper's curse, I don't know. We'll have to find out later.
If I'm gonna get put on the spot, I'm gonna put the two of you on the spot as well. So we've got a couple of matchups here: Acer versus Restart, Fusion versus Ignite. We'll start with you, Martini. What are your predictions for winning here?
So just looking at the stats, and this is it. I think this is a close matchup. I expect this to go to a map 3, even potentially rounds played. But I think because of the experience on the Fusion side, I mean, as Hertaj been mentioned, several players are from like tier 1 teams, not even just tier 1, like teams that placed in the top 3, top 4, like Formula 3. They played against Acer in grand finals. They have at least grand finals level energy on the Fusion side. So I think very close game, potentially rounds, but I think it just slightly tips into the Fusion side. But that's gonna be, I don't know. I say that very tentatively because it's not a strong win. And unfortunately for the next matchup, I got to go with Acer. They're a team that just I talked with I think Knifefire after one of the games, and I'm like, sometimes it's a little boring with the Acer games because they just beat everybody. Like, they're just so good. They just keep beating people, and I'm like
the biggest super team. Yeah, it's like,
super team. Like
it's like the Patriots in the NFL.
Exactly, but you can't be mad. Like, if a team's that good, they're that good. I can't be mad at that, and I totally respect the team that I believe it's almost potentially their 3rd grand finals win if they win this one out. This might be the third one. They might be finally
Wow,
building
you're
a
right.
dynasty in terms of Breachers competitive, and that's to me that's crazy. They are literally building history, and I think that experience and all that is just is gonna beat out Restart, unfortunately. You know, Restart is a great team too. I'm definitely not gonna downplay them, but when we're talking in terms of not just great teams, but truly amazing teams, that's Acer. They constantly take the cake. I mean, yeah.
All right, Hertaj,
All
what are your
right.
thoughts? Let's start
Now,
with Fusion versus Ignite.
Okay, I have an interesting call here. I'm
Okay.
with Martini with Fusion taking the entire thing, but I do not think it's going to be that close. I believe we could potentially see a. All right. No. All right.
You got a Fusion
okay.
fanboy here.
I could see a 7-3.
Okay.
I could see a 7-3, 7-2 swinging in Fusion's favor.
What? Oh
Hey,
wow.
wow.
Okay,
All right,
okay.
I'm making
No
a call.
faith in
It is-
Ignite. Wow.
I
No faith. I got a lot of faith.
I'm
in
not
them.
implying that I do not have faith in Ignite. I just think that Fusion will just end up being a bit more better.
You're just that good. Okay, I can respect something like that.
Okay.
I mean, and yeah, I still think we're gonna see a sweep coming in against Acer versus Restart, because Acer has still been pretty consistent, even though they are one of the best teams. They have, I believe, only lost. I don't think they have lost a single
No,
season.
they haven't lost.
a single time this.
Oh.
So it just shows the pure dominance from the side. And the interesting, I will say a way that Acer plays is that they just go off of what they see. They don't have this pre-meta game. They may have it only at that start, but after that, once the round actually starts, it's just all based on instinct, and that just shows how good they are in this game.
All right. Well, we got Hertaj's opinion there. Thinks it's gonna be that Fusion, that Fusion win, that Acer win. No, yeah, good predictions all around. And I got to do myself now. I want to say Fusion, but I think I'm going to play devil's advocate here and go Ignite, because I think Ignite has definitely improved in their consistency, in that coordination, and I'm pretty excited to see this matchup. I think I'm with Martini. I think this one's going to be close, no matter what. I'm not with Hertaj over there thinking it's going to be over in 2 maps.
He said over and 2, and I'm like, I don't know.
I believe it's over
think
and
this is
2.
as close as it gets. 4 and 5, they've already tied. I get it. Rosters change up, but like it's already been a close matchup. And if someone does sweep this, then we obviously know who put a lot of time in that postseason and just really getting their stuff, up to that kind of level.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that leaves us with Acer versus Restart. And I want to go with Restart. I want to go with
the vote, Bob.
I want to go with Restart because they worked super hard in the Challenger Cup. But
that is a very bold call.
It is.
That is an unpopular opinion.
That's like a
That
wild
is
card
an
pick
unpopular
right there.
opinion.
That is
yeah.
like. That's like saying leaving your fantasy draft away when it's your time to pick, and then you end up going with Restart. I'm not saying that Restart are bad. They have deserved to enter into the top 8, but if you have Acer going against Acer first. I mean, that is a tough mountain to climb.
Yeah, it certainly is. But I mean, at the same time, you beat Acer, you knock them over. It feels like the rest of the matchups would be pretty easy.
It's just gonna get a lot easier.
Yeah, it would
Whoever
only get
beats
easier than that.
if they beat Acer, they're winning grand finals. I would make that bold statement. I think if you have the chops to beat that kind of team, you're going all the way to grand finals. We might as well just kind of just put up shop. Like your bracket is now cut out. It's only the other one at this point,
Yeah,
right?
you instantly get tickets. You're all the way. You get to skip the semifinals next week.
You get to skip semis. You're going straight to Denver.
You're going straight to Denver with you. The other teams
if
are
you
just
beat
eliminated.
Acer, I'm buying you. If you're above 21, I'm buying you a drink in Denver. No question about it. I'm buying your whole team drink
You
in Denver.
upset Acer.
If you upset
They get a
Acer, you
drink.
upset me, you upset the community, you upset everything. I'll buy a whole round on me for everyone above 21. I will say that. I think I'm allowed to state that.
Yeah, you have to legally disclose that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're above 21.
I don't even think that Restart roster, I don't think half that roster could drink.
Well,
Oh,
the other
okay.
half, drinks on me.
All right. Well, before Martini gets into
Yeah.
trouble, let me say that
I'm not gonna get kicked out, yeah.
if Restart beats Acer, I feel like I should read that copy pasta off live on Cast.
On cast.
Wait, what are you talking about?
The Shimi Marui.
The Shimi Marui.
Send that to me. I didn't
pasta.
see that.
You haven't
What?
seen that? We have a whole
There's this-
channel
We have a whole channel dedicated to that.
restart.
Everyone
restart
spammed it off
tryouts.
topic.
Yeah, but so that's a little
no.
something to look forward to for restart if they do win. But we're getting towards the end of our pre-show here, so really quick, I do want to get this in here because it's important to talk about the sponsors that make all of this possible. So we're going to start off with Triangle Factory, the developers of Breachers, who, I mean, they've done a lot for the VRML. We've been here since preseason. And yeah, they gave us a wonderful casting client to work with. We've got 2 in-game gun skins. There was a Season 1 finalist one. And then there's one you can purchase in-game right now for 150 credits. And we've got confirmation that there will be a new finalist recolor skin that will be distributed to the top 8 teams for each region this season in Season 2. So big thank you to Triangle Factory. They also contribute cash to our prize pool and to VRML Con, which is coming up in July 20th and 21st this year. And again, on that note, this is a big competition for these teams because they are competing to go and get flown out and accommodated for free to play in VRML Con this July. So big thank you to Triangle Factory for being an integral part of this whole process. And next up, we do have Pro2 VR, which provides the best VR rifle mounts and accessories. If Nightfire was here, we'd see a demonstration of the of Nightfire stock, but you can help stabilize your aim in-game by picking up a mag tube stock. Put your controllers into cups that magnetically connect to a fully adjustable stock, or if you want to add to the immersion, you can check out the Force Tube with haptic feedback to enhance any virtual shooting experience. With a variety of other products ranging from B-Saber to joystick mounts, Pro2 VR is your one-stop shop for controller peripherals. Next up, HyperX, and you can get 15% off MRSP off of fully priced HyperX products in North America using code HXVRML23. Martini over here, you can see he is using that HyperX Quadcast S with its unique tapped to mute feature. Very, very helpful for casting and any other general need for a microphone. Next up, Helga, the manager bot. Now, let me ask you a question. Are you tired of juggling schedule, stats, and communication for your esports team? Well, say hello to Helga, the esports team management bot, which helps with just that. Now, they do have a free version that is available to VRML players only. And that code for that is, I believe, VRML 2024, capital O, capital K, capital F. And Premium gets you a whole bunch of other really, really nice features there, like automatic availability, match scores, statistics, player performance, advanced logic, availability announcements, and a whole bunch of other features. That's just the tip of the iceberg. So big thank you to Helga, the manager bot. Make sure you check those out as well. But for now, I think we're getting towards the end of this pre-show. So any closing thoughts? We'll start with you, Martini.
You know, I expect a really good game. This is quarterfinals. These, especially with this seeding, these teams are so close. I expect it to be a really entertaining game. If it is anything less than that, I'll be a little sad. But, you know, we move on, right? We move on. It'll be exciting, though. Like I said, I think this is definitely going to be a grudge match between the two teams. I expect some crazy plays. I expect some crazy clutch ups. That's my biggest thing I'm looking forward to.
Absolutely. And Hertaj, anything to add?
Any closing statements? I just say hopefully we get some good matches this weekend. I know tomorrow is gonna be a lot more higher in terms of stakes because that seeding is honestly some of the closest I've seen. If you look at the amount of teams that have signed up and the overall head-to-head, this has got to be one of the closest seasons I've seen in Breachers yet.
Absolutely, and we're getting into that action in just about 12 minutes from now. So we're going to take a quick break, get into the lobby, get ready to cast this very first match of the NA Top 8 between Fusion and Ignite. Do not go anywhere because we are coming back very, very soon with more action.
Welcome, everybody, to the Breachers VRML Season 2 postseason interview with the #1 team in the North American region, Team Acer, the undefeated giants of North America, but they're no bigger than anyone else. As you can see here, we got them on screen. Go down the list. We've got Determined, Sleepy, Red, and Plunge in that order here this afternoon. And it has been an undefeated season for you, Red. As a team captain, it's the ultimate accomplishment for the regular season. You know, how are you feeling going into this postseason where there's a lot on the line?
Oh, we're feeling great, confident. We can taste those tickets to LAN already. Cannot wait.
You know, there's the Acer squad is undefeated here in Breachers, but that's not necessarily a unique thing in the Acer brand, so to speak. The Acer, I don't know what you would call it at this stage, but you're maybe a dynasty to some degree, because there are a lot of top teams in underneath that Acer brand. Acer EU as well on the EU side of things in Breachers, but in Vale and X8, you know, is there a secret to the organization behind Acer? You know, as a brand and as a team.
I mean, we just take experienced players from all different games, and generally that skill transfers over. Like, I play on the X8 team. Determined here plays on Breachers, X8, and Vale. So we're all pretty experienced whenever it comes to VR games.
When you were going into this season, Determined, I'll direct this at you. You know, did you think that you were going to be undefeated in Season 2 with how good the competition is this season?
I was leaning more towards a yes, mainly because of all the hell that I saw other rosters going through, like F3 and Aspect. They were going tough time, so I was leaning more towards a yes. As you get new players, it takes time to learn how to play with a new team. So, and since our roster's kind of generally been the same.
You know, for you or your team, you know, what was the hardest week of Season 2? Was there one sort of match that stands out to you where you really felt like you might lose that undefeated streak?
Probably the build up to our F3 match that ended up being a 6-6, 6-6, 6-6 tie. There was so much hype around, like everyone was like, "Oh, F3's gonna beat Acer, they're gonna dethrone them or whatever," and I was like, we were still confident going into it. Like we didn't treat it like it was any kind of different match, but that was definitely one of the more tense as far as like just being like mentally strong, because there was so much like everyone wanted us to lose that match. But you know, we were down like 6-0 on the second map, and we were like, it's not over till it's over, and then we brought it back 6-6. That was probably hardest week, I won't lie.
Red, how are you preparing for these upcoming closed qualifiers? Are there teams that stand out for you that you're specifically watching, or you know, are there secret scrims going on in the background? I guess you don't want to tell me if they're secret. I don't know. Okay, don't tell me. They're your secrets.
Well, we're scheduling scrims almost every day, preparing for this. We got we're kind of prepared to take on like Eternity, Aspect, Fusion, and F3 are all very close competitors to us, so we're prepared to take any of them.
Red, there's a real possibility that if everything goes your way and your team continues to perform how you've been performing, that you will be flown out to North America to play live on stage, VRML Con, July 20th and 21st. Is there anything that you're going to be doing to prepare for that? You know, there's going to be almost a month plus of time to sort of get ready for that on-stage performance. I imagine there's going to be a tight training regimen going on.
Yeah, I mean, well, some of us are on different headsets, so transitioning over, we gotta all practice on like playing Quest 2 native, because it's a lot different than playing PCVR. And also, I personally have never been on a plane, so that's gonna be new.
Wow, is that a little pressure in the back of your mind when
Nah,
you're playing
I
in
don't.
these matches? You're a little nervous about the flight that could be coming.
No, I don't really care about the flight. I mean,
all right. Well, again, good luck to you guys. It's going to be obviously a tremendous postseason. We're really looking forward to it. There's a lot on the line in Season 2 with the North American Grand Finalists getting flown out to Denver, Colorado to play out the first and second place match live on stage. But that's going to be it for me here on the desk. Thank you all for tuning in. Till next time. There's Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Big Drill is right on top placement. And there's a double kill that comes in from Cozy from hit to the EMP inside. Oh my god! No! It's a fast 5, 4, 3.
welcome back to the Breachers VRML, everybody. Once again, I'm Gibular Bob, joined by Martini and Hertaj here. The players are getting in the lobbies right now. We're going to give them the go-ahead to start in just a moment. But, I mean, we talked about this before, but, let's talk about where we might see our first matchup here. So again, the record 7-3-2 for Fusion. That means they've won 7 games, they've lost 3 games, and they have tied 2 games. Now, best map for Fusion is Factory. 70 rounds played there. They've won 69% of those. Ignite's best map is also Factory. 105 rounds played there, and they've won 56% of those. And as Martini pointed out, last time these two went against each other, it was an Ignite win, 18-16. So, well, where are we going for map
I
one?
put in a request. That is a tie.
I mean, if you want to go into technical terms, they did tie, but
they won by
okay.
rounds. It's one of those things. I put this request in for the caster stuff, but it doesn't. I think it just doesn't pull the exact. It'll just do the point difference. That's why.
yeah.
But in terms of map wins, which again, this is during the ladder. That is technically a tie. They win by rounds, but this isn't playoffs. You know what I mean? Like it was Ignite win 1, Fusion win 1, and then a tie. So in terms of maps, that's a tie for the ladder, right?
Mm-hmm. I am giving the teams the go-ahead to get started, and we will get into the first map very, very shortly. Do we have a prediction on where it's going to be, Hertaj?
I forgot who's on home because I think that makes it interesting.
It will be Fusion.
Fusion as home. Okay, assuming that Fusion's home, I'm pretty sure away does in fact get a map ban, if I'm correct. So,
that's true.
If we look at their overall in terms of statistics, they're guaranteed to not play at least Factory because they have a 69% round win rate on that and a 75%. So there is a chance that Ignite opted to ban Factory. So, and if we're looking at Fusion trying to pick a map, they might start off with a interesting pick, which is probably Ship because that is their second best.
I'm gonna stop you right there. We've gotten confirmations from the teams that the first map is going to be Factory, and Ship was banned.
So they just.
No, I was about to comment. So Ignite and Fusion, they both have
did
good.
Ignite not ban?
No, but they both have good high percentages on Factory. So
okay.
I think it makes sense that Ignite and Fusion, with them being so good, they would both play it. They're banned, I'm gonna be honest. My guess, I would say like something like Arctic if Ignite's banning.
If Ignite's banning, it would be Ship because that's a really strong map for Fusion.
Really?
They play a pretty solid Ship. They've got players that have specialized in Ship. So
well, there you go, Ship.
Yeah, if you're Ignite, Ship is a pretty smart ban, and Factory I think is a pretty standard opening for this matchup. And in any case, let's not wait any further as we get started with our very first map of this matchup. We're going to Factory. All right, here we are, Factory with Fusion on the offense, Ignite on the defense. Martini, break down that starting eco for us.
I think Hertaj is gonna be doing that for us.
All right, so you want me to break down the economy when we have you on? Okay. So we're starting off with a bit of an interesting pick. We have on the side of Ignite, the basic 4 spectrals, the off pick being towards with Alfred going with that Taurus. Meanwhile, on the side of Fusion, it is going to be a little bit more split as we do have 4 spectrals. And I think an interesting pick is Ondog going with that Taurus. Surprised that Haney's not coming in as that fit for Fusion.
Okay, well, don't forget, Ondog was the other author of the Taurus Bible, so I would have been.
I will say.
Yeah, I would have been a little bit upset if Ondog wasn't the one using the Taurus here. But in any case, we're starting off round number 1, 2.5 minutes on the clock as Luna looking to make entry along with Jet into orange storage. Who's this upstairs? It's Robin who manages to rotate into server room before Ondog can find that pick.
Yeah, now I see the side of Fusion making their way towards the orange side, and Ondog, I don't think realizes that Batman is towards that orange stairs. So that flank opportunity is still in the hands for Batman. As we see the side of Fusion, they're gonna make this attempt. I think they might be opting to try and push towards probably towards A, as they do have that breaching wall ready to get blown up by that breaching foam.
We see Robin rotating over to Electrical, and there's the breach onto Site A. Robin looking for a couple of shots with that Spectral, but Bane finding Jet as Robin picks up quite a bit of damage, will be caught by Crimson, making this a 4 versus 4. Here's Ondog over in Orange Storage along with Bane playing in Site B, but the push from Fusion is going to Site A, and it's a two-prong, one through Orange Hallway, the other through Electrical. Now just a minute 20 on the clock as Crimson looking for some shots onto Unbroken Verdict. Luna looking to get that EMP planted, and here comes the swing as Alfred finds Crimson, drops the second onto Luna. Chosen One finds Bane, and it's now just down to Ondog and Chosen One.
On making their way onto that B side, but you look at the HP towards Chosen, down to just 1 HP. So Chosen has to play a lot more cautious, but Ondog has made good amount of progress, but the EMP is stuck on towards the A site. And look at the overall positioning coming in from Night. They're starting to set up because they know they have the EMP, and it is almost going to be impossible for the side of Fusion to try and fully stick on that. There is 2 ticks on that EMP available, so if Ondog just goes for the tap, that is going to enter a post plan. But if you look at the player count, it is detrimental.
And this is just such a difficult situation for Chosen One and Ondog. Batman. No, Batman's not going to get picked. Alfred will, as Chosen One is spotted. Batman may find this kill. Ondog picks up the kill onto Unbroken Verdict, but there is Batman closing out round number 1 with a win for Ignite. I'm liking my prediction right now. I don't know about you, Martini.
Yeah, I'm looking a little nervous, but we gotta remember this is Factory and not try to cope or anything like that.
This might be just a good amount of copium.
Just a healthy amount. We'll have to see. But anyways, just really interesting plays coming out from Ignite there. I mean, I don't know if y'all noticed, they had a very aggressive defense in the beginning. I mean, 2 roamers off site to start off with. You know, they weren't testing out Fuse to see how they did, you know, their attack or anything. They just started off with an aggressive roaming setup, at least on that side. I'm wondering if we're going to see the same thing here. I don't think so, considering that the site's going to be very different compared to that first floor. But it was a very consistent push, you know, seeing from the Fusion team coming into the Ignite side. It was very slow, consistent, and it looked like it might have been able to come, you know, work out their way, but things, you know, turned sour really fast from as the Ignite players came out with that Taurus in hand, funny enough, and got a really good, I think a 2-piece there, and that's really switched things up and allowed them to, I think, finish up that last round.
It's a decent attempt from Chosen and Ondog as well. Came down to that final 1v1, but better positioning from Batman netted the round for Ignites. And they're off to a good start here on their defensive half. Only Batman investing in that round 2 Vezin, but they do also have a healing syringe, which could give them a nice little advantage over Fusion. But look at this. Ondog is in Generator, and there's a door blocker in there, so they're stuck at the moment. And Ondog, I think we're going to wait to see that frag come out, and they're going to try and catch a pick that way. Here's Crimson over in Storage, as Chosen One does find quite a bit of damage onto Robin. And we do have 2 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. There's the breach into Cubby. Luna tossing that frag into into the back of Site A, and finds that kill onto Robin. Another one is tossed. S-tier frags all around as Batman finds 2. And Chosen One takes out Alfred. Bane goes down to Chosen One as the EMP is getting planted by Jet right now. But there's Batman catching the kill onto Jet. And it's now just a 1 versus 2 with just Batman left on Ignite.
And the healing stem for Batman is out. The charge has to wait, so Batman is stuck on 8 HP. But if you look at the side if you look at the overall advantage from Ignite, they do have that EMP on the wall. I'm not sure if it's fully cleared out, but that's going to start to maybe change the pace for Batman here. But having that HP deficit, I'm pretty sure Batman will get that stem available up pretty soon. So that Vezin play is still available But for now, Batman has to make sure just to play a little bit more passive as Batman just swing and ends up falling to Chosen, as that's going to be the round win for Fusion. And I think I'm liking my odds a little bit here more, Bob.
Yeah, it was a good comeback from Fusion. Look at that. They're going to net a Vezin and the healing syringe out of that. Ignite picking up 3 Vezins. But Martini, I mean, what do you think went wrong for Ignite there?
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that the Fusion attack is honestly pretty aggressive, and it didn't quite work out for them on the first floor, but that worked out, I think, very well with the second floor, especially netting a really solid frag. Granted, they did get reverse frag themselves from the Ignite team, but that push was just a really strong push, and considering that it worked very well against the Ignite team, and they had the Vezin in hand. You know, they won with that hero buy. It was only one, so it was definitely a little bit more conservative. It got some value, but it didn't get quite the amount of value that it needed. Some of those picks from the Fusion side were just coming in, and it was knocking down Ignite. They weren't able to keep up with them.
There's a return of our scoreboard. We haven't seen that for a little while, but it's back after some maintenance, I guess you could say. But in any case, we're here on round number 3 and map number 1 of this matchup between Ignite and Fusion. Here we go. Rifle round for these teams. Ignite on a bit of an eco deficit as Robin opting to run with that Viper, which, you know, to their, you know, benefit, the Viper has been used to do quite a bit of damage, but look at that beautiful flick from Luna as a drone moving into orange storage is looking to get some intel for Fusion.
And the drone is still clearing out a bunch of information. It's the side of Fusion know that orange is clear, and they have that hallway up available, so that's where they're going to make this overall attempt with. You see them trying to take a couple of pre-fire shots, maybe bait out a couple of shots, maybe find some of the locations of Ignite players. See Crimson making his way, setting up for that breaching foam. That's a matter of time before that wall starts to open. But the way that Fusion is, they're going to be trying to make an attempt onto B. They could probably throw a fake here if they wanted.
I saw a primed frag from Bane. But here comes again a push onto site A, a 2-prong. They have opened up the wall in orange storage. They've opened up the hatch in A. There goes the wall open. That might catch out, but it will. S-tier frag toss by Luna, who's found their second kill in this round. Unbroken Verdict is in a pretty tough position here. Frag tossed into the back of site A. Verdict is able to escape that, but it's a 5 versus 2 as the EMP is getting planted by Crimson right now. Bane found Luna.
This flank Chris is gonna get caught.
Oh my goodness, Batman on the flank catches 3 of them, and it's now just down to a 2 versus 2.
To think that Fusion had it, there was just but only 1 ticks left on that EMP, and now the side of Fusion have to worry about a flank attempt. The 2 members of Fusion is towards this orange hallway and upstairs. Is possible, but Chosen's able to find Batman. It'll take down that flank, but Bane's the only one left and knows where that EMP's planted. The spray's coming in from Ondog to maybe try at least bait out Bane, but the second tick is there, and that's going to be the post-fight, but Ondog is caught as it's down to a 1v1 between Chosen and Bane.
And here it comes. The former teammates, actually, as Bane used to be on Fusion. Chosen one is in a pretty strong position, and here comes the potential swing for Bane, but Chosen was waiting for it. And Bane, I think, just put their gun down at the wrong time there as Fusion takes the lead of this matchup. Martini, what are your thoughts?
Wow, I think if Bane had just pre-fired a little bit earlier, that might have honestly gone the other direction. You saw, they knew where they relatively were out. They went for the push. But maybe they just weren't 100% sure if they're in that area. But anyways, I mean, the rifle round, we saw some really deep roaming plays coming out from the Ignite side. I think it didn't work as well for them this round. They got one of their roamers picked off, and one of them had to come in really late. But they did eventually get value. But I think they got to be a little bit careful with their roaming plays. You know, they're putting some really deep players and making the side a little bit more susceptible to the attacks of Fusion. And we've seen the Fusion attack might be a little bit slower when it's getting developed, but once it starts, they are moving in. They're moving in fast, and that allows them to get pretty close to the plant. But I'm kind of shocked that Fusion didn't get the plant off a little bit sooner. Maybe they peeled off the plant a little bit sooner than I thought they would have, because it was 1 tick. It wasn't even 2 tick. So I'm kind of shocked it worked out. But again, the utility usage from Fusion. I mean, we've seen several frag picks, and it's been working out very well for them.
Round number 4. as we get towards the end of the first half in this map, and we see Jet and Luna make their way into generators, and I'm wondering maybe Batman might find a potential kill up here. They're taking their time clearing out the top floor, getting ready to push. And it looks like it might be Site B, the kitchen. Excuse me, Site A, the kitchen.
Not sure if Batman realizes that they're gonna make this attempt, because Batman is very, very far from where all the action is. But if Batman's able to find at least some of the timing here, then this could be huge for the side of Ignite.
Batman's roam is very, very delayed, as we saw from the previous round, but that really helped them out. So they could potentially find a couple of picks here as their attention slowly moves more towards the site and less towards any roamers that might be upstairs. But Alfred catching a pick onto Ondog, not a good start for Fusion here.
Yeah, an early pick. Ondog playing a little bit slow and ends up walking. And that's one of the Vezins down. Is you look at how Ignite bought, it's only just the Spectral and the SMGs that haven't bought. So if they lose this round, not only are they going to get eco'd on, but it's going to be a really big stable economy for the side of Ignite. As you see the overall action opening up towards this A bomb, the Molotov, able to buy some time, so there's no drop-in coming in from that hatch or through the door. So Alfred is the only main defender to try and watch that hatch.
And Batman moving into lockers right now. May catch Luna, will catch Luna with an Omen. Very nice pick as Jet finds the kill onto Alfred. Jet moving in, looking to swing servers, and Robin finds that kill instead as Batman takes out Chosen One. It's now just down to Crimson and what could potentially be a tie-up here for Ignite. Batman in the orange vending section, watching that hatch, and Crimson looking to escape.
This might be a save.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be a salvage. I think that's probably the smarter call.
That's the better option, because you have two players that are under that $600 cap. And if you lose that Vezin, you're pretty much going to have half of your team that's going to be on Spectrals or SMGs. Meanwhile, for Saturday Night, they've had the round where it went extremely well. They only bought SMGs, and in return, they got Vezins because of the overall positioning they've played.
Yeah, I mean, turning Omens into Vezins, Vipers into Vezins, they really, really made off well this time, Martini.
Yeah, I mean, the Switch Bonus economy is going to be paying out well for them, I think, in the upcoming round. And I think this was a round where they showcased how well they know how to adjust their roaming now. You know, we saw Batman, I think, really come into play that time. I think it was like, 2-3 piece even on that roaming, and they were able to pick up a Vezin on top of that. I think it worked out very well. I was a little worried because sometimes I noticed they had some really delayed pushes, and it didn't work out for them on some of their other attacks from Fusion. But I think because Fusion's attack here was a little bit more delayed, a little bit longer, maybe because of how the floor or how the site is set up, it allowed Batman to really lean into that kind of deep roaming play, and it worked out, I think, really well for them. I mean, they had 4 players up in this round, coming all of them with Vezins in hand. That's a huge deal for them economically. So hopefully they can get a lot of utility in this upcoming round. They might be able to fight back finally against Fusion, but it's not like it's been a bad battle. Look at the score line. It's neck and neck. It's again, this is what I'm saying. This is as close as it's gonna get, I think, with these two teams. So it'll be exciting to see if they can push through in the upcoming map, or if they can switch things around here. I'll just see from Fusion, but we have to remember Fusion's coming up on their second half eventually, which is going to be their defending half. So even if they lose it here, they might be able to come back on that second half.
I don't know. Would you say it's stronger to be on the offense here or the defense, Martini?
I always say defense, just the way it's set up. But I do think certain sites allow really strong attacks to actually work. And you have to remember, these teams have played this map so many times. It's hard, right? People know how they defend this map, so sometimes it feels like the attacking might know what they're doing. So it's hard. It's hard. If the teams know relatively what the other team's gonna do, it can flip the whole thing on its head, right?
Absolutely. I'm trying to figure out who might be stronger here on the defensive half. If Ignite might pull away in offense, or who it'll fall towards, but I don't know. I think they're just so similar in skill level that, we might not see, you know, a team stronger on a particular side, and it really comes down to just how they play together as a team. In any case, there's a breach into Orange Storage. Take it away, Hertaj.
The side of Orange, look at the overall chaos on that B bomb site. A Molotov toss trying to deny the entrance towards the door side. Jet trying to hold that angle towards the B side. UB shots exchange through that connector. Batman trying to just a couple shots towards this Orange side, but the only amount of damage has to be done but towards Robin and Jet. But as I say that, Kristen does take a bit of a chunk, but see the side. There's also the flank coming in from Ondog. Now there's the overwhelming pressure coming in from the side of Ignite. Jet's able to find Beba. Batman gets that trade as he does get a double. It's down to a 4v3 for Ignite, but overall shots are still being ranked after all that commotion. This is the overall fast pace coming in from Fusion, but I think the side of Ignite are starting to read it.
And here comes Ondog moving into site B. Is Robin going to find that pick? They're still playing center, and there's just a minute left on the clock between these two teams. It's a 4 versus 3. Now, as we get into the final minute, Ondog with a beautiful swing onto Robin. Unbroken Verdict manages to catch one, but Chosen waiting, gets refragged by Batman, and then there's Ondog who goes down to Alfred, and Ignite take the lead once again in this matchup. And that, I mean, again, every round is getting pretty close at this point, Martini.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there's, you know, potentially 1, 2, 3 players left, they're getting all the way down to the last couple players. But I don't know, this Ignite defense is finally building up. Maybe they just need a couple rifles in hand to really fight against Fusion. And we've seen it from players like Batman, some, you know, standout players here who have consistently been getting these picks round after round. I mean, that was a beautiful anchor, I think, this time around from Batman. Not really much of a roaming play this time around. And it worked out very well. And on top of that, I noticed that this round we weren't seeing any frag picks. Maybe, you know, Ignite's finally adjusting some of the strategies so they don't allow those early round picks from Fusion to get those frag picks, because those give a lot of value to Fusion, and it allows them to have the more aggressive attack, because they know when they make that attack, they're gonna, you know, the other team's gonna be down a player or two, but they can't make the same attacks, but they're not getting those early round picks anymore, right? So I think we're gonna have to probably see some kind of adjustment from Fusion when they can't get those early round picks. It's great when they get them, but when you don't get them, you got to work around that, you know.
There's the breach onto Storage as we get into the final round of this first half. After this, we'll see how Ignite plays on offense and Fusion on defense. Luna and Jet making their way into blue hallway, or blue vendings right now, as Luna does manage to nab that proximity alarm, but not before it goes off, revealing the crucial intel to Ignite. Here comes Crimson dropping into blue hallway along with Ondog. This is also known as Tetris. Chosen when watching that storage hatch. And Ignite stacking up on their sights. No roamer this time. Interesting move.
Hey, you usually don't want to go with a roam in this pick. Maybe a bit off-putting if you know how the offense starts to play. But from what it looks like, if Ignite has been playing aggressive, so they don't allow that overall.
Oh my goodness!
But Batman, that is an unfortunate way to kill your teammate as Jet accidentally takes down Crimson, as that's going to be the EMP drop. But Ondog's going to easily retrieve that. But that plan's going to go through. They're going to have to stop that, otherwise this could be it. As that is the post plan, it's down to a 3v3. The retake has to go through if Ignite does not want to tie this round. But if you look at how they play, look how Fusion is going to start playing. This is one of the harder bomb sites to retake, but Unbroken Verdict is able to take down Ondog, as now this has to be a really insane retake coming in from that side of Ignite.
Look at the superior positioning by Fusion right now. Luna's just going to immediately swing in, but Unbroken Verdict catches one! It's now just down to a 1v1. Chosen One versus Unbroken Verdict. The EMP is ticking down. Chosen One is going to go for that swing the moment they hear that EMP sound cue, and Unbroken Verdict is going to be ready to try and catch that kill instead, but they're going to have to kill Chosen One quickly because the EMP is going to go off and there's not enough time. And it's a 3-3 game as Chosen One finds the kill on Unbroken Verdict. Moving into the second half.
I mean, beautiful plays out there. Yeah, beautiful plays out there from Fusion, I think, that time around. And especially, you can't let that hatch play come out. You can't let it happen, because once it happens, it's hard to lock it down. I mean, the fact that we did see some picks coming out from Ignite, that is impressive gameplay from them to be able to fight against that, or at least attempt to fight against that. But Fusion, I think it was a good last-ditch effort to make it work out. Here's the thing, even with the TK, they still made it out. I mean, I don't know what happened there with the frags. Might have been a little bit too wide. But I'm wondering if maybe Ignite just kind of managed their utility a little bit differently to allow the frag to kind of come into that cubby and knock out some of their players a little bit early on. It would have worked out a little bit better for them. But I mean, again, look at that score line. Like, as much as I can say all these things, it's as tight as it can be. It really comes down to is Fusion's defense that much stronger than Ignite's defense, or can Ignite be able to fight back and penetrate it potentially?
Yeah, I really think it's going to come down to who plays. I just really don't know who is going to be stronger on the defense. Time will tell. It could potentially be Fusion. I know Fusion's still pretty strong, no matter what side they're on. But, when you're a master team, you're expected to do well on both sides. In any case, here we go. Round number 7, 2.5 minutes on the clock as Ignites playing that kitchen hatch. At least Bane is sending drones down. OnDog waiting in upper orange storage, though. May catch a pick onto Alfred. Oh my goodness, Alfred finds one first. And there is a good start for Ignite.
An early pick onto OnDogs. That allows Ignite to make some progress. They're able to take control of this orange on the second floor. Now you can see them try to bait a couple of those frag grenades. Fusion, they have 2 frag grenades up and primed. It's just gonna be a matter of time because I'm pretty sure the side of Ignite knows that frag grenades are going to be thrown. Now the pace has started got a lot more slower as Jet starts to swing, but ends up getting caught by the frag grenade. Frag grenade tossed by Luna, unable to find any though, as it's still down to a 3v4.
Alfred playing up towards the front of Kitchen. And yeah, they're a whole player down on Fusion right now. Crimson picks up a lot of damage as Robin opening up the gravel window, looking for a potential pick onto Crimson, but it doesn't happen. Alfred now looking to get that EMP planted. Here comes the hat drop from Bane, but Chosen One finds that first. Crimson takes out Unbroken Verdict, and it's now a 2 versus 3 as Fusion turn the tides on Ignite, but the EMP has been planted, so now there's extra pressure on Fusion to find this round as Robin's still out on gravel. Luna may go for a swing there. Hasn't quite happened yet. Luna looks to go out and secure the pick, but it doesn't happen. Alfred goes for Crimson, and it's now just down to Chosen One. The EMP is ticking down in time, and here comes Chosen One up the orange stairs. Will they be able to find Alfred? They will!
I don't think there's time.
There's no time! Will Robin go down? Oh, Robin will go down, but there's not enough time. There's no way. No, it doesn't happen. Frustrating for Fusion as Ignite does manage to pick up that first round, but still, I mean, they did a pretty good job there for Fusion.
Yeah, I mean, amazing, good early picks from Ignite. They consistently were getting a couple picks. I think it was like 1 or 2 before Fusion even got finally something against the Ignite team. I really think it came down to just bad placements. Like, Fusion was just unfortunately in spots where Ignite was able to, either consistently get picks on them or a lot of damage to eventually chip them down and knock them out. But I mean, on top of that, I thought it was gonna fall apart. I ain't gonna lie, because I saw the attack come out from Ignite there. They got the plant off, but it was, I don't know if you noticed, it was a little bit uncoordinated as a couple of the players swung in a little bit weird places, and I think they lost 2 players from doing that plant. But that post-plant defense was amazing. I mean, the fact that they were really able to draw out that time and force Fusion into, they have to take, forcing them to take certain fights that they potentially were getting picked off on and just didn't have the time. It came down to a 1v1, right? They were able to get that pick off in the end from Fusion, but it wasn't enough time to secure that defuse. So beautiful post-plant situation, I think, with Ignite.
We're going to round number 8. Rifle in the hands of Ignite. Batman picking that up once again. Batman's been playing super, super well for Ignite right now. And there's the breach into storage. The drone as well. They're looking for intel over on Ignite. And who do we have over here in lockers? OnDog in lockers. Crimson playing at the door. And I think we see a double drone from Ignite. We're looking for plenty of intel, and we do see Luna playing up close to the front door of Site A. We may potentially see a good swing here Oh, but that drone spots Luna. Frag tossed out. Not going to find anybody.
Yeah, those two drones being good use there. But the flashbang goes in. Frag grenade toss as well. Luna does take that chip damage, but the flashbang has bought enough time. The side of Fusion are a bit confused. But Bane throwing a grenade as that's going to find Chosen as Unbroken Verdict's able to find Ondog towards that locker side. So now it's between that hash wall. The plan's going to start as the side of Fusion, they've been baited. But the side of Ignite are going to get that post plant as down to a 2v3.
Batman is still up. That Vezin player now has to hold out as they're getting swung by Jet. They find Jet. Oh, but Luna finds the kill first. And I think there's plenty of time for them to get the EMP this time around. Luna going for that first immediately. We have 24 seconds left on the clock. Not quite how Ignite wanted it to go, especially now that Luna recovers the Vezin and the heal, Martini.
I mean, I think
I think Batman missed the stim.
That too. And I think they might have pushed a little too early, honestly. They should have waited for a little bit of healing from the stim before pushing that pistol player, right? The pistol player knew that they had to get a couple shots off, but the Vezin in hand, all they needed was one bullet to hit the head, and they were done for that count. But that didn't really quite happen for Ignite there. And I think I'm gonna bring it up. I think it's their attacking coordination. Again, they were able to kind of get it set up. Everything was fine. They had a lot of intel at the beginning of that round from those drones. A good amount of utility to really make some value out of it. But when they got that push, they lost a lot of players in that attack. They lost like 2 or 3, I think, when they finally got the plant off, and it just didn't quite work out for them in the end. And I mean, that last one came down to just a 1v1 and just how they approached that 1v1. It just didn't work out for the Ignite player. But again, I mean, I can say all these things and I keep saying the same thing, but 4-4, I mean, how close can he get? I don't think we've seen more than a 2-point difference from these two teams.
Yeah, it's certainly been neck and neck, and this is to be expected. Again, we were talking about their seeding, number 4 and number 5, and they've been playing so close this entire time, as in terms of score. And yeah, like Martini said, it hasn't ever really gone above a 2-round lead in this game so far. So we'll see. I mean, we still have a couple of rounds left here. And one team could potentially start building up a lead. Ondog is going to look for an early pick here. I've seen Ondog use this particular angle up to the hatch before. They're waiting for somebody to peek. And it might be Batman. Oh, it is going to be Batman. Ondog with a brutal peek to start off the round, looking better for Fusion.
Fusion starting off, still having their players alive. There's going to be that second drone coming in from Ignite. Does spot Jet. The way that Ignite's approaching, they're gonna play a lot more slower because they don't have any information about the other players. But the push coming in from the side of Ignite, they might be attempting this A, but with only 4 players, and you look at the overall utility, they don't have enough to maybe at least stagger some of the positioning coming in from Fusion.
Frag tossed out. Minute 40 on the clock. Jet playing behind the bomb. It's a 4 versus 5 as Bane with a beautiful pick onto Jet finds the double onto Ondog. Very, very nice double kill from Bane. As Unbroken Verdict looking to get that EMP planted potentially. There's Crimson downstairs. Bane shuts down a third member of Fusion this round. Here comes Chosen into server. And the EMP has been planted. It's a 1v4. And this is going to be tough for Chosen.
Yeah, this is going to be rough of 1v4. And in a forced post plant, and with one of the EMP spots, that is arguably the more harder variant, especially if you have 4 players alive, with every single angle being a watch. I think if you're Fusion, maybe just back up, offer to save, but Chosen's gonna get spotted, has to go engage with Bane as that Vezin will not be saved, as Ignite will take their 5th.
Was that an ace from Bane? I know it was at least 4 of them.
We're commentators. We don't do the math. So there's no.
I'll be honest. I did not catch the math either. But no, I mean, still, interesting round. I think again, a lot of great drone uses coming out from the Ignite team. I noticed that Fusion really, even on that side, they're not really doing much roaming there, and I think it does work out for the most part, especially when they got that really great early round pick on their top fragger for Ignite. I mean, Batman putting out a lot of value for Ignite, so to be able to get a pick on Batman is a really big deal. I think, especially starting off early in the round, and I think we saw that, right? Ignite's attack slowed down a little bit once they got that first pick, so forcing that 45. But I mean, that was a beautiful push from Ignite. It was really strong, tight defense from Fusion originally, but I think some of their picks where they tried swinging players, they might have been a little too aggressive, because I think it was literally one after another. We saw a couple players dropping from Fusion as Ignite was able to come in, get a couple picks, and then that allowed that 4v1 situation to develop.
We saw a couple of shots fired by Chosen One, who was potentially looking for an early pick at Robin or Alfred, but didn't quite come to fruition this time. OnDog may try one. We may see a potential pick there, but 2 minutes 40 on the clock as Ignite are stacking up once again on that storage hatch. The last time they tried to push Site A, didn't quite work out. It came down to the wire, but Luna managed to win for Fusion, get that EMP defused, and ultimately gave Fusion a nice bit of money to work with. Will Ignite repeat history? Well, we'll find out soon enough. As Batman, Bane both drop. A drone is over in lockers right now looking for some intel. Batman may get picked by Crimson here if they're not careful. Crimson looking to make use of that Cyclone to potentially burst down one of their opponents, but there's the breach into Cubby.
And pushing the Cubby, nades are being thrown. Bane takes a huge chunk of damage, but Robin and Unbroken are able to find picks as well as other members of Ignite. OnDog goes able to find two, but after all that chaos, it's just down to Chosen into a 1v4 with only a Spectral in hand. And it's a push that has absolutely went well for the side of Ignite, as they're facing map point heading into round 11.
I mean, beautiful push coming out from Ignite there. I think it was about 4 players getting knocked off on the Fusion side in under, I would say, like 15 seconds. Ignite, I think their attacks now, I'm gonna say it, I think they're getting coordinated finally. It's really feeling in sync now. I know I was talking about it a lot early on in the rounds, but look, they've been really turning it around, and I mean, they're now at the bare minimum, they're getting a draw for this game. They're forcing a map 3 if that comes out to it, but I think they got the chops to really force this into a map win for them, and that's a beautiful start for them, starting off the series with a map win on Factory. Right, but I mean, Fusion, again, we do have to acknowledge they were on kind of a back heel there. They were on that economy disadvantage, and I think we saw it come out in really good value there. As Ignite was able to push in with all their Bezins in hand, and a good amount of utility to push against the Fusion players. And on top of that, I mean, they might need to check the batteries. They already lost one of the players on the Fusion side, so it's definitely looking a little rough, I think, for this upcoming round for the Fusion team.
We'll see if Bayern will manage to find heads like OnDog has been. But I don't know. I mean, we did see Batimo get a kill earlier today in the EU top 8, if you were watching for that. But with 2 minutes 45 left on the clock, will they be able to get OnDog in time? I don't know. We do see...
I don't think the push is going through. The side of Ignite, they might be committing to it. It's the drone there on that second floor, able to clear out, but there's no flanked attempt from the side of Fusion's. Jets trying to tuck in towards this storage side. It tries to peek as Alfred gets the kill, and it is starting to look bad for the side of Fusion.
Well, the bot played far out into orange hallway, but they're still back in the site, so there's still time for either OnDog or somebody else on Fusion to connect. Oh, it's Tog. Tog has made an appearance for Fusion. And we'll see, maybe they can help turn this around for their team. With just 2 minutes on the clock, there goes the frag from Fusion. Bane tossing one. Luna tossing one in response. And Luna does manage to find Bane. S-tier frag from Luna, who's been throwing some pretty solid artillery all matchup here, getting a bit of damage in that fire. Tog looking to push up to that breach, but Alfred will find that kill instead. Luna finds Batman. Luna drops a second, and it's now just down to a 2 versus 3 as Crimson drops Unbroken Verdict. Robin finds 2, and we could potentially see an Ignite win here. If Robin wins this 1v1, it's just down to Robin versus Strand. Robin finds a kill on a Chosen One, and Ignite win map number 1. Very solid performance from Ignite. But Martini, I mean, it took a lot.
That is an insane way to close out.
Yeah.
I mean,
map
the
1.
crazy switch up from Robin there, getting that 3-piece in the end to really clutch it up for the Ignite team. Just, I mean, this is what I was saying. Like, I know I favored Fusion early on, but I did say it was going to be close, and I really did say I wasn't lying. I think it's a coin toss. And I don't know. I mean, I think Hertaj, you might be in your words right now. 7-4, not for Fusion, but for Ignite.
Okay, well, to a certain
All right.
extent, you're also taking your share of eating your words because you said Fusion.
Hey,
would win here.
no. You heard me. I
did.
had so many qualifiers. I was like, look, Fusion, but this, but that. And I think it comes down around. You know what I mean? Like,
That is true. No, yeah. It was Hertaj. Yeah, Hertaj does have some explaining to do. Hertaj does have some explaining to do.
Hertaj was like, it's 7-2. 7-2 Fusion.
Oh my. Well. No, well, that was before we got the map picks, all right? I think
have high percentage
What?
wins on
How does
Factory,
that?
man. This is it.
No.
Excuse me. This is the best map for both teams, not just Ignite.
Yeah.
In any case, it does look like the teams may switch up, and we might hop into another server shortly. I'm not clear on if we're taking a small break, but I mean, I want to hear your opinion there, Martini. What do you think? You know, what'd you think of that final round? What'd you think of the match overall?
I mean, I think Fusion, when they're on the defense, they might be a little too aggressive on certain peaks. I've seen it consistently where someone tries to poke out and maybe push into the Ignite attack a little bit too much, but they keep getting picked off. So I think they got to be a little bit more careful about how they're making their defensive push there. Sorry, I thought someone's opening my door. And it's just not working out for them. A great frag coming out from Fusion to get some early round picks, but again, it's not enough. I mean, when that attack from Ignite is just knocking them down slowly, and then on top of that, you got clutch players like Robin in the end in that 3-piece. Like I think Fusion might have maybe started celebrating a little too early with that slight advantage that they had, because Robin, definitely changed that advantage really quickly, right? They had 2 players, I think, lined up to allow that 2-piece to happen very quickly for Robin. But I think overall, Ignite's defense was just better than Fusion's. They were a little bit more careful about some of their picks. We saw on their defensive side that Ignite had, a 3-3 in the very end. But once Ignite got on the attacking side, Fusion kind of struggled against holding back Ignite.
Yeah. I mean, but it was so close the entire time. It came down to the wire almost every single round. So, if that's anything to go off of, I think it could really swing either way for this next map. Although, Fusion doesn't have a ship to fall back on. That was the banned map. So I don't know, Hertush. What do you think?
I feel like opting to ban ship, it's a very interesting decision. I think it is a bit interesting that they didn't opt to ban Arctic, because it is one of I think I forgot who was away.
Away's Ignite.
Yeah. Okay, so I think honestly, Ignite banning ship, it's an interesting call. Even though you look at the side, I think they probably wouldn't win Arctic if they want to just counter, maybe not play their worst map, because if you look on the side of Ignite, 34% for Arctic, only winning at 14%, which might be the lowest in terms of tier 1. So, and then maybe opting to ban ship, it's a bit of an interesting call. Actually, no, never mind. I take that back. I see why they banned ship. They never won that.
But I'm looking at it right now. It looks like they only played ship 1 game. So I know we're looking at the stats, but to consider this, it's 0% on a map they played once. So I feel like it's not too much to go off of, but I guess
think it's just, I think maybe inexperience then.
Oh yeah, I mean, ship on Fusion side, look at them. They have 39 rounds played. They played ship a fair amount of times. So regardless of how well they played, which apparently they played very well, they just have a lot more experience to your point. So I think it's scarier. I think a smart decision is banning ship unless Ignite is very confident in ship, and maybe that ship game that they played was just against like Acer, right? So I wouldn't think too much about it, but I think ship's the safer option to choose. But I mean, also look at Arctic. I think their win percentage is pretty low on that, so I could see a ship or Arctic ban coming out from Ignite personally. Did they ever confirm which one they actually banned, or
They,
we just
they
kind of?
banned.
It
I
is.
believe
It
they
is
banned
ship.
it.
Ship is
It is
the
confirmed ship? Okay,
confirmed
well, that makes
ban
sense.
map. And
And
actually,
wow, this
yes,
is an interesting call.
Yeah, interesting call because there was a lot of speculation on where we thought it might go, but Skyscraper was never mentioned, and that is exactly where we're gonna go for map number 2. Here we are, everybody. Map number 2 in this series. Ignite already has 1 win under their belt. 1 more here on this map could potentially push them into the semifinals next weekend. But Fusion are certainly not going to go down quietly, and they're starting Skyscraper on defense. That's an interesting choice. To give your. Well, I guess no. It would. Yeah, no, it would be Ignite's pick. They either got to pick the map or they got to pick their starting side. So I'm curious how all of that worked out. Heine joins for Fusion, taking out that drone with a Taurus. I don't know. That's something that's pretty difficult for me to do. Anyways, take it away, Hertaj.
Yeah, and the side of Ignite, they're gonna be open up towards this B wall. So you can see the rest of the members of Ignite. They're going to start to swarm in. Chosen One able to take down Robin, but that's going to cause a push towards main. As Hayday finds 2 with the Taurus. As Taw goes down, it's all down to Batman in a 1v5. It is a blink and you miss it round. So now Batman has to fend off. It has to think of something new because that EMP is on the floor. Good luck trying to achieve that. And that is definitely a round secured for Fusion.
What a nightmare to start on for Ignite. There's 2 minutes on the clock still, and in like less than 40 seconds, Martini is already down to this 1 versus 5.
I'm like, are we already doing a save? And it's a minute into the round. It's not even like it's not even
the only thing they have is the Hulking device.
Yeah, I don't know. If I were Batman in a 1v5,
play on it.
Left in the round. It's one of those things, right? I talked about before. Like, is this worth a save? The best they save is gonna be what, 400? So I guess 900. That's a full amount. From that beginning round, they can probably get some okay utility. They can save buying another Spectral. Because let's be honest, I mean, a 1v5, like maybe you get a couple picks off, but if you consider this, like if you do get some picks off, it's like 200 a kill. So for them to save up to 900 in the upcoming round, they would have to wipe the whole squad for it to be even worth not doing that. But it's so risky, right? A 1v5, they don't have a syringe in hand. I think it makes sense to go for a save, but I'm kind of shocked. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think the Fusion defense would knock them out so early off in the round.
Goodness,
but I mean, a lot of subs coming in. I think even from Fusion, really, like Tog from last round, and Heine coming in, and a lot of value coming out from Heine. Right now, they don't have on dog, so they don't really have a Taurus player, but that's replaced by Heine. And I mean, a 2-piece, I believe, or something like that. Nasty 2-piece coming out from Heine already early in the round gave a lot of good value for Fusion.
Oh,
so this defense is already looking a little different, I think, than the previous rounds. But it's also Skyscraper. It's a very different map in terms of how you manage roamers. And we've seen it from Fusion. They have some aggressive picks. They come out on their defensive side. So maybe with a bigger map, something like Skyscraper, that allows them to have a lot more, I think, flexibility in some of their aggressive picks when they're playing defense.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they trade out a couple of their players there, bring in Tog, bring in Heine. And yeah, that 2-piece Taurus kill from Heine, I think, was really, I don't know. I mean, it collapsed on both sides. They pushed people in the window, they pushed people through lobby, and they just got shut down on both sides. And yeah, in just such a short span of time, we're already seeing Fusion start to pick up here on the defense. They're going to invest into some Vezins now. I don't know, Hertosh, you think this could be the start of Fusion turning things around?
This could, quote-unquote, be the comeback, but if we look at it, Fusion does need to kind of step it up in terms of how they play their defense, because we've seen it back in map 1. They have arguably a stronger attacking than defense, because it was perfectly, I believe, all tied up before going to that second half, and it started to slip outside of Fusion's hands. But the way, keeping at least 4 players alive, I believe, or it was either 4 or 5. I'm not sure if they went flawless in that round, but it is a better showing in terms of defense for Fusion here.
Just watching back that double kill from Haney there. There's a nice use of the Taurus, but in any case, here we are, round number 2, as Ignite on a bit of a super eco, I would say. I mean, they've got 3 Jespers.
3 Jespers.
2 Spectrals. And
Jespers are something I haven't seen in a long time. That is.
What are you talking about? Luna just used one on Factory.
Well, that's all. I haven't seen a full team straight up go Jespers, and like I know Luna went with it, but that's like off. That's like an off meta, like going for like having one of your players go for a full save. But having 3 members going with Jespers is like something.
Did you not watch the EUCCs?
Oh,
I mean,
that's just Europe. That's Europe.
Okay,
I'm not saying that. I say it's a very unique playstyle compared to North America.
Okay. In any case, we just saw Hane find a pick onto Robin there. Brutal headshot once again. I mean, if you can consistently land headshots with that Taurus, you can be pretty unstoppable. Luna, again with the artillery, finds a frag onto Alfred. Hane looking for a potential pick onto Luna, but Hane finds the frag onto Batman, tossing out an S-tier frag of their own. It's now just down to Unbroken Verdict, who's surrounded. And again, we're in a 1v5. Luna finds that kill. It's a 2-0 game from Fusion. Martini, I mean, Ignite can't get any ground. We've been through 2 rounds,
seeing,
no picks at all.
We're seeing dominant. All I can say right now is we're seeing dominant gameplay from the Fusion side. I mean, and again, great picks coming out from Hane. It wasn't just they're not just good with the Taurus. They're good with the frag. And I think we saw with Fusion in the previous game was they were really good with some of their frag placements. They were constantly throwing them down, getting some great picks. It didn't work as well, I think, in the later rounds because Ignite started adjusting their kind of approach. But the thing is, with these long hallways where there's a lot of time where when the enemy's coming in, that's a perfect I think setup really for the Fusion team. So I think it's looking like right now this Fusion defense on Skyscraper is like a match made in heaven. I mean, the fact they have 2 back-to-back dominant rounds on top of that, so their economy is definitely doing really good as they have a lot of cash in hand and still a lot of utility coming out. I mean, and apparently they have they called on a ringer, their own ringer Hane, as they've been getting consistently great picks. I think Ignite might need to rethink their approach against Fusion, but it is the upcoming rifle round, so we'll have to see if that does change anything up.
Yeah, things can certainly change, as Martini pointed out. With the presence of rifles. 2 rounds.
What a nade!
Oh, it's tier frag from Robin as they drop both Luna and Chosen. That's a major misplay from Fusion. And Tog finds a trip mine kill onto Bane as it's a 4 versus 3 here in round 3 with 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that grenade there was absolutely green coming in. As side of Fusion, now they're gonna have to play a little bit more cautious. Down to a 3v4. The nades pop, the wall on the side of base pop, but the overwhelming pressure as now Fusion has to think about both sides. But Hane is able to lower this to a 3v3, making it even. The nades are being thrown. Side of Ignite, they're gonna play a lot more methodical, and then that double kill coming in from Ignite, unfortunately not finding any type of punish whatsoever.
And it's a 3 versus 3 here on Ignite versus Fusion with 1:40 on the clock. Tog sitting towards the back of broadcast room. Unbroken Verdict out in the broadcast hallway. Here comes Hane on a swing. May find a potential kill on Unbroken Verdict and will find it as Tog picked up the second. And Alfred might get picked up by Tog here. Oh my goodness, that was so close. And it's now just 1:20 on the clock. Will Alfred be able to pick up a kill? They've gone deep into Site B now. Heyday! Oh my goodness, with a snap up. Finds the head of Alfred.
That's dirty.
Makes it a 3-0. Martini was such a promising start for Ignite. What happened?
I think they just didn't punish that difference. I think they got the great pick on I forgot what side it was, but it was like broadcasting or something like that. But I thought they were gonna push it. They didn't. They decided to hit that, get the kills, and then actually rotate the whole different side, and that allowed a player like Heyne to pick up not one, but I think 2 or 3 picks on that other site. I'm surprised that Ignite had several picks on the site that they originally were attacking, but decided to peel off. Maybe they were trying to go in for a switch up play. But that's kind of a hard, I think, site to defend, especially once they take radio. I think Ignite honestly should have stuck with what they were doing originally and then really punish for that 2-piece that they had gotten. It just didn't work out. But I mean, it's hard. I mean, Heyne, I don't know what's going on. I'm not sure if they are just got the third eye going on or something. But Heyne has been consistently getting these picks. It's feeling godly almost. You know what I mean? So Ignite's kind of they got to figure out how to deal with players like Heyne. I think that's the biggest thing coming out right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Heyne putting in quite the performance for Fusion here, with already, amassing a pretty significant number of kills. Wow, look at Luna leaning way out in the management room, and they may find a pick onto Ignite here. Drone goes down with 2.5 minutes on the clock as Heyne making their way into lower, well, I guess right outside of lower lounge. Bane blind firing that Omen. And last time somebody peeked there, Heyne netted a headshot. I wonder if we'll see that again.
Oh, that early pick, getting that roamer, Josie going down, and that I believe is no, I take that back. I thought they were gonna have a Vezin in their hands, but good decision coming in from the side of Fusion. I don't think that Josie not going with that Vezin. So even though they lose the player, they did not opt to give Ignite that Vezin. So they still have this advantage as their defense is still going strong. But I think this is a little bit interesting with Ignite playing a lot more slower than usual. They still think that, Heyne being a threat, absolutely stopping their picks, or stopping their overall pushes. You can see Ignite trying to opt in, maybe set up for A here.
And there's a 4-stack into Lobby Lounge. Batman, Unbroken Verdict, Alfred, oh no, the proximity alarm. They're going to have to get moving, and they're going to have to go now. Try and stop them before, try and get in and get that EMP planted before Fusion can hurry in and recover. There's the incendiary toss. Jet finds the kill onto Batman as Heyne finds Robin, and the push is quickly collapsing as Tog finds Unbroken Verdict, and it's now just down to 2 versus 4 as Bane goes down to Luna, and now Alfred is the last member of Ignite standing. There's a minute left on the clock, and Jet finds that kill to make this a 4-0 game. At this point, Martini, I'm starting to think we might see a first half lockout here from Fusion.
I'm kind of shocked. I'm not sure what's going on with the Ignite team. Maybe they might need to take a break after this, kind of get a little bit of a reset in their minds, because they've just been losing all these 1v1s. They get some utility potentially picks from like frags or intel, but they just haven't won those 1v1s. I don't know if y'all saw the kill line on the top right, but it was all Fusion players for the most part. I think only one Fusion player maybe was down that round. They've been consistently surviving every single round. And again, I always say one of the best economy things that you can have happen is not just winning, but actually like surviving. The fact that you don't have to buy a whole new Vezin saves them 2,900 every single round that they win and that they're alive. And I just don't know what's going on with the Ignite side. I'm not sure. Because they had a really good setup there. They had, I think, 4 players on one side. It was a beautiful, I think, flank blitz play almost. Not blitz, but like, a beautiful flank play coming out from them, and it just still didn't work out. They had the, control of the room, sort of, but they were getting picks left and right from the Fusion players. I don't know what's going on with Fusion right now, but they have been hitting their shots left and right.
Absolutely. From what I was looking at the scoreboard there's a combined total of 3 kills on Ignite right now, which is a stark contrast, to say the least, from their performance on Factory, where they did manage to beat Fusion. And this could be a very, very fast second map if they can't manage to get some kind of momentum against Fusion. There's still the opportunity to see
Ignite needs a pick. That's what they need right now, because every single time that Fusion went around, they've only lost one player. They need to force this into potentially having only at least one player alive. They need to make this close. They could ought to try and maybe lose, but to have it to where there is 3 to 4 players left on the side of Fusion, Ignite has to try something that's very, very off-putting, or something that breaks that meta of how master teams play. Because whatever the side of Ignite's doing, it's not working. We see the side of Ignite are gonna opt for both walls, as Jet's able to find one before getting traded. The smokes are going to be tossed, as that is going to deny the vision of Fusion, but Bane's going to be pushing on through. Togg's able to fight Batman as Bane finds that refrag, but Heyne, the only defender on site, but Chosen there from the connectors, able to find one, as Chosen accidentally shoots through Luna, as it's down to Alfred into a 1v2.
All right, it's close now. 1 versus 2. Heyne rotating into bathroom may find an unsuspecting Alfred in there. Oh, wow, they were very, very close to each other. Luna over in the B2 lounge as Alfred finds that pick. And it's now just a 1 versus 1 between Alfred and Heyne. Alfred looking to rotate around, but Heyne was waiting inside. Beautiful pre-fire as they find the 5th round against Alfred. One more round, Martini. It's a first half lockout for Fusion.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Fusion, this is not to make myself feel a lot better about my prediction, but this is the Fusion I was predicting when I said that I think it was slightly going their favor. And maybe this is what Hertaj was thinking about when we were talking about it earlier. I mean, 5-0, 6-0, these are dominant numbers. Ignite would literally need to steamroll them also on defense themselves in order to really come back from this and force us into map 3, which I think we're going to map 3 anyways, right? This, Ignite won the first one, Fuse won the second one, so Ignite would need to fight this all the way. This would need to be the 5-1 curse at this point for them to win this one out, but I think we're probably expecting a map 3 at this point. Fusion's just been so dominant on Skyscraper. It really is looking more like their map. And again, I got to give another shout. I know I've been glazing Heyne maybe a little too much, but I mean, the fact that Heyne, I think, was able to shut down B site, they were able to prevent any actual strong pushes on the B side as they got a 3-piece that round from all the Ignite players. It's just crazy plays come from Heyne. I'm not sure what's going on or what kind of sub players they got on Fusion, but their bench is looking really good, I guess, for the Fusion players.
Map 1 didn't go terribly well for Fusion. 7-4 as they took that loss to Ignite. But if they can get map 2 to be 7-0 and completely shut out Ignite, that could really impact the direction of this game later down the line. Well, I guess we will go to that 3rd map, and that could also, give us a tie, and we'd have to go off of rounds. And if they can get a 7-0 here, that would be devastating against Ignite in a 3rd and final map if they can completely shut them out here. But we do still have, there's a possibility that Fusion can close this game out in 2 rounds. Is that going to happen? I'm not sure. What about you?
They could close it out, but the way that Fusion has to play is absolute dominance, as Heyne is able to find Robin, not just from that hallway, I believe. That is just a death wish, as those hallways have proved to be absolutely devastating for the side of Ignite. The peek coming in as Batman tries to retrieve that Vessin. Unfortunately, it does not go well. We could potentially be seeing a full lockout coming in from the side of Fusion, as it's down to a 5v3 for Ignite. And there has been no progress coming in. There is a frag grenade going to be thrown, but it only takes out that static field as Jet is perfectly tucked behind that box. Now there's a minute 15 left on the round.
And it's a 5 versus 3. And Ignite, again, in a pretty tough spot, as Fusion is very, very locked in. And if they do want a potential shot at winning this map, this round is going to have to be a win. But Heyne is not keen on the idea of that happening. Tog does manage to find Alfred, who took out Luna before going down, and it's now just down to Unbroken Verdict, who's running against 4 Vezins with a Spectral. There's only 35 seconds left in this round. They're going to have to recover that EMP, recover a Vezin, and potentially 1v4 here, or wait out the EMP for 45 seconds, but I mean, there's so much pressure. There's so much pressure right now, and here comes Unbroken Verdict swinging in, but it doesn't happen. And Martini, it is a first half lockout.
Oh
from
my
Fusion.
goodness. It's not even just that it was the point line is such a big difference. It was round to round. I mean, I would almost call that a sweep from honestly the Fusion players. The fact that it was 6-0 in that first half, and on top of that, there were several rounds where I think they had more than half the team alive. Sometimes some rounds even the full team alive. I'm not sure if Fusion just has Skyscraper locked down to the very, very nitty-gritty details, or their players are just consistently winning these 1v1s, because I kept seeing that several times. Ignite, I thought they would finally get some picks off, but I don't know what if you can look at the scoreboard and see how the picks are from the Ignite side. But it's kind of it's very much lacking compared to the Fusion players. I'm kind of shocked. It really feels like such a stark difference compared to Factory. Maybe Ignite just needs to get a couple more rounds in on Skyscraper, which is interesting because I thought they chose this, right? They're the away team, so wouldn't they have chosen? Well, they could have chosen side, I guess, but I would have figured they would have chosen the second map, right? But I don't know. Things have just not been working out for them on Skyscraper.
Either map or side. I'm not sure where the choice came in here to give Fusion Skyscraper defense, but yeah, it's just, it really hasn't gone their way. And I mean, I was looking at the scoreboard. Heine is 12-0.
Not dropped once.
Not dropped once,
this might
having
be
a
stat.
perfect game right now. And this could be a shutout. I mean, we are one round away from potentially seeing that Heine drops, Tog drops, and Fusion is establishing over in server room right now. Bane has picked up a lot of damage. I'm not sure where from, but they are going to tuck in that corner in the broadcast room. Alfred up by the shelf there, and we could potentially see a big swing out from Ignite. Now Fusion's getting all stacked up. We'll see what they do.
A standoff right now between towards the server side. You can see the side of Fusion. They're propped towards the server side. I'm pretty sure those audio cues are coming in from that side. Like they're making this call saying they might opt towards the server side, but they're gonna opt to, for some reason, go back right up to their spawn point. They can maybe try to play a bit of mind games, but actually no, I think they might opt to go for the other side. They probably could go towards this other side and hit broadcast, because they do have that brief foam up. And as I said, yeah, that's what they're going to be trying to attempt. They're going to try and hit this broadcast side because they have that open. But those ziplets are too audible. The nade's going to be thrown, and that finds 2. And it's not a perfect game for Heine, but Jet is able to find 1 before going down, and it's looking better for the side of Ignite. As Batman's able to take down Luna as it's down to a 1v4, and it's all down to Chosen.
What the heck was that?
I just want to know what went through.
What was the thought process there? I mean,
I don't know what was that.
I feel like that was.
I wouldn't even think Martini could explain what went through.
We'll consult with Martini in just a minute there. But
I was just watching. I'm gonna be honest. I shut up and I was sitting down. I was just watching, writing my notes. I'm like, okay, let's see how this develops. Because here's the thing, I've seen switch ups. They're probably going for a save. That's my best bet. I've seen switch ups like this all the time, right? A team might hit one side and go for the switch up mid round, and I think they did it early enough where they could have, gone to the other side safely, and made it work out. But I think where it kind of stopped working.
Whoa! What a flick there from Chosen One, who finds Batman, and Robin swings up. Okay, yeah, that was a good. Continue, Martini, please.
Yeah, sorry, I was waiting for the. I thought they were going for the save, but I guess they wanted to take on the 1v4. Anyways, you know what it is? I think Fusion just wanted that 7-0. They probably just wanted the 7-0, like just send it, see what happens. And I think it might have worked out. They had a crazy aggressive attack in the server. They were able to take it over, claim that space, and have a good amount of map control. And then I know they tried to go in for a switch up, but I think they did good on time too. It was about a minute and a half left in a round. They probably could have been able to crouch walk across the whole roof and make it to the other side, barely on, with a good amount of time still. Maybe they're doing like a switch off blitz play, but here's the thing: like those work if you know what's on the other side too. And I think that was the problem. They didn't know what was on the other side. They probably just figured that a lot of the Ignite players were on that server side site and probably thought they were safe enough to run to the other side, because that's what we saw. We saw them run literally to the other side. A lot of sound cues for Ignite, and then just basically bum rush that room. But was as we saw, they had Ignite was pretty spread out. They knew, hey, we should have everyone on both sides and wait until we see a strong actual push from Fusion. And that was a smart play, I think, from the Ignite side to not send all players to one side the minute they heard any sound.
I just think it was such a misplay because they tried.
I feel like they had servers.
Yeah, I was gonna say they had the site. They had everything they needed to push in. I was 100% sure if they pushed in on the broadcast with the setup that they had, they would have absolutely cleaned up that round and have been done with the map.
I mean, if your ITL says, "Hey, reset, let's flip this," you're like, "All right."
Right, yeah, but they gave off
like something.
They gave off so
much
much sound doing that. Yeah, they gave off like a ton of sound. Like we've seen teams switch up before, and go for a completely different site, but they're usually much quieter, and they've got other people working on that. But I just think it was such a misplay there. They sent everybody across, and they were making a ton of noise on the grapples, and Ignite they had somebody sitting over in podcast like, hey, I think everybody's stacking in here. Here come the frags and the picks, and just completely collapsed for Fusion. And that's, that's going to hurt them here.
Oh, I know.
In any case, we are on a minute and a half in round number 8, and we'll see if Fusion can find some potential momentum against Ignite. Tog does take out Batman. There goes a roamer. So they could use their numbers advantage here. There are 2 Vezins up, but if they can keep enough of their players alive, well, I think we could potentially see them picking up a Vezin or 2.
Yeah, if they could probably find them, but I believe both Vezins are on site, so if you're going to try and retrieve that, you are going to have to push through, as Robin did find Jet and finds a double kill, as that's going to be the EMP dropped, going to have to be retrieved soon, but the nade there, it's actually going to find Robin, as that's going to be one of the Vezins down. That was a green FN grenade right there. Heyne is able to find Unbroken Verdict, but Bane takes down Heyne and finds 2 before going down, as that's both Vezins down to a 1v1. And it's all down to Tilt and try. Close it out and does! As that is going to be a 7-1 shot for Factory here. And we will be going to map 3 as the decider.
I think they dodged quite the bullet there, Martini. I'm not going to lie. But yeah, a very, very good closeout for Fusion.
Yeah. I think it was a big gamble coming out from the Ignite side too. Vezins in hand, and I think they just didn't get the value out of it. Maybe they should have placed their players in different spots. The fact that they had 2 Vezins and it came down to still 1 player for the Fusion side, I think that's just credit to the Fusion attack. They had a beautiful frag coming in, allowing them a good entrance, I think, onto that site. And I think Ignite just wasn't able to recover some of their Vezin losses, Just credit the Fusion. I mean, that was such a dominant game, 7-1, especially after that very close first game.
I mean, it was a whole different Fusion, Hertosh.
It is. This was definitely the Fusion I was expecting, not the map 1 Fusion that went really out of hand. But I'm pretty sure we're going to be expecting this same roster heading into map 3. Now, my question is that since we have, I believe, ship being banned, that is out of the equation, what map do we go to? My good guess is that we could potentially be facing Hideout as our decider.
Hideout's that definite, tried and true map that everybody plays. I don't know. I mean, we could see Arctic as well, but the stats are very low for those. Martini, where do you think we're going?
Yeah, both teams. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. I'm not sure if these are 100% right. I kind of just typed them in. But Arctic's 14% for Ignite, and Arctic is 25% for Fusion. So low for both teams. Both of them have played a fair amount of rounds on them, but definitely not as much as Hideout. And let's see, in theory, Fusion should be picking it this time around, and Hideout's this is 50% for them. I feel like it's a pretty good pick for them to choose. Hideout, both teams have played it. You can't really go wrong. I think if they chose Arctic, Fusion, I'm assuming Fusion's making a map pick if they, they're going to be choosing this round. If they chose Arctic, it's because they know they have very specific plays that they're very confident in, and they think they can do it against, a team like Ignite at this kind of level. Then yeah, they would choose Arctic, but I think Hideout's a safer choice. I think that totally makes way more sense to do.
We've seen Ship banned, but other than that, both of Fusion's top maps have been played, so it's, it looks like it might come down to Hideout. Now we are seeing a side swap, so Fusion, I have a feeling Fusion probably picked defense as the side to play, and why wouldn't you? I mean, they put on a massive defense. It was absolutely beautiful against Ignite, and I feel like they're just going to try and capitalize off of that momentum. What are you thinking, Hertaj?
Yeah, they might try to benefit it because you look at how the side of Fusion has played on the defense. In that first half, it was a complete shutout. 6-0, they went flawless, I believe, 2 times in that map, and only dropping at least a minimum of 2, as we do head into Hideout as our decider.
It's our third map of this series. We're over here on Hideout. I think the map that we were all expecting to see here in this matchup. But, I mean, it's either team's game at this point, Martini. A win on this map would mean a win in this series altogether.
I mean, I think it makes sense that Fusion might have been choosing the side of defense, or I don't know whoever decided what side. But it's really I think it comes down to the defense on this side. A lot of teams tend to perform very well on that attacking side. So if you're a team that can hold back the other team's attacking very well on the defense, you're going to put yourself in a really good spot coming into that second half when you're attacking them yourself. So I think Fusion's in a really good spot right now, especially coming off of that 7-1 dominant gameplay from the last game.
Heyne getting droned out along with Chosen One. That drone's collected enough intel, so it's going to check over by bedroom now. And yeah, I mean, we'll see. This is going to be a close map, I feel, because this is wow, this is a map that you see all the time in competitive play. Robin opening things up with, an S-tier frag onto Chosen One, and that's a positive start for Ignite.
Yeah, it is, as they have made really good progress towards this balcony side. See the wall on A being opened up, and you have the grenades there coming in from Jet. So it's just on that audio queue. I do believe they're gonna have that smoke primed first, because you really don't want to waste a frag grenade here. If you're the side of Fusion, because if you miss your frag grenade and they get that EMP plant, that is a very rough retake to do, as Batman's able to find Heyne, as that's going to be a smoke toss. The EMP is up, that's going to be the frag grenade thrown, as it finds Unbroken. That was a little bit more on the slower side. It's down to a 3v4.
And Bane playing center of site A right now. Luna finds one. Tog incinerates. Batman finds the double onto Bane. And it's now just down to Alfred in a 1 versus 3. And that quickly fell apart for Ignite. Will they be able to recover here and potentially find this first round against Fusion? We'll see. There's a minute and 20 left on the clock. The EMP is down on the sofa chair, but it hasn't been finished yet. Luna looking to pre-fire. Oh my goodness, what a flick from Alfred. And it's now a 1 versus 2. Luna also running that Taurus. And the pressure's on for Alfred. I mean, this is a battle of who can hit the head
it's
first.
It's just 1 tick on that EMP. Just as long as you hold it, that's it. That's a post plant.
It's a bait.
But that is a questionable bait, though.
Uh-oh.
They have the positioning. They have the advantage, but I'm not sure why. Alfred's not going to attempt to stick this. That's going to be the tap. Still not committing to it, though.
They're playing a very dangerous game here. Maybe when that cloak comes up, we'll see them push that EMP once again. Looking to stick it. There it goes. And here, may come the potential swing from Fusion. Alfred finds one. Can they find the second on the top? They miss their shot. They do find it though. It's a double kill from Alfred to clutch it up for Ignite here in round number 1 of map number 3. Martini after Skyscraper. I think that's a very pleasant opening for Ignite.
Yeah, I mean, my feelings were literally like I got a whiplash. I literally got whiplash from that previous game because here's the thing: Ignite, great entry, S tier frag. I don't even know how they threw that frag, but they did, and then knocked out the Fusion players, starting off a 4v5 already within like I think 30 seconds in the round. They started coming in. I think this is where Ignite messed up. Both teams are beautiful with the frags. We know they consistently run. They're really big on utility. I'm surprised that Ignite maybe didn't go in for a bait out on that frag because they know that's a very common frag spot, right? For teams when they set up on that EMP in that corner. And they unfortunately let that happen. They were trying to go in for the EMP hardcore, and that allowed Fusion to get, I think, they killed one and got a lot of health on one of the other Ignite players. That allowed them to have a beautiful push in for the Fusion players. And I'm gonna be honest, that would have been a Fusion win if it were not for the clutch play for that 3-piece in the end coming out with that Taurus in hand. That was just, I mean, was that Alfred, I believe? Just chef's kiss on those flicks, man.
Yeah, beautiful flicks there, and that's got to boost the mental up. Map number 2 did not go well for Ignite, but I mean that's got to be a positive start there. Batman's picking up that round 2 Vezin. Alfred was hitting their shots on the Taurus there. Now, you can't always rely on your teammates to clutch up, but oh my goodness, what a deadly 1-2 punch as Robin finds Jet. Luna takes out Bane with a frag grenade there. Tog picking up some damage, playing center. Inside B, and there's a 2-prong as Alfred looking for a pick as Robin finds Tog, and it's now just down to a 4 versus 3. Chosen One and Luna both in the connector between the sites. Hane taking the pantry, and there's just 2 minutes left on the clock. Alfred making their entry over to side B. Batman finds Luna, and we're now into a 4 versus 2 as Alfred is taken to the back of Kitchen right now, looking to get that EMP planted. Chosen One pushes up. Batman finds that kill. It's now just down to Hane, and Robin finds that. It's a 2-0 game. Ignite is on fire.
Whew, I mean, sorry, Bob. That was beautiful to listen from you. That was beautiful. Yeah, they are on fire right now. I mean, that Ignite is just they're igniting right now. I think they decided, hey, like we're coming into this upcoming round. They had such. I'm not sure that was like Fusion's A team or maybe that's just their specialization map or something. But Fusion last game just looked like a totally different team altogether. And I think Ignite was struggling against that. You know, they had to learn to adjust to it. And we kind of saw a little bit of that when they won that first round. But I think more so in this game now. I know it's Hideout. I know it tends to favor the attacking side. But Ignite really knows what they're doing on this attacking side. Because here's the problem. Like, this side, because people attack it in so many common ways, it's pretty, I think it's for the top tier teams, it becomes a little bit easier to defend against because you know generally what the other team's going to do. And you can defend against that pretty well when you can basically read their plays, right? But Ignite is just not suffering against that. They have beautiful coordination now on their attacks. Things are just syncing up. I mean, by the S tier frags from both sides, they're both getting beautiful frag picks. This is said to be a really good game.
Yeah, to your point, yeah, completely different. It looks like completely different teams than on the last map, and we're seeing, I mean, just the level of control that we saw as they pushed into the site in the previous round. They just opened up the flanks, pushed in, found the kills that they needed, and yeah, it was a good round from Ignite. Will they be able to keep that momentum up though? Let's find out.
And the push coming in from Ignite to opt towards this winery side as Joseph's in that pool table. Does take a chunk of damage, but Luna's going to be the first one to spot if the side of Ignite. Yeah, just stand up, Luna. You might be able to find at least one pick, but the pre-fires are there, and the reinforcements coming in from Fusion are starting to ramp up. Hane towards that connector side with a visit in hand, finds one, and Robin's going to swing and ends up getting shut down by Luna, and the push from Ignite does not end well, as that is 3 then, make that 4, and it's all down to Bane in a 1v5.
And Bane playing window just gets completely shut down by Jet. Martini, what? We just saw Fusion completely turn that around.
As I know we're so definitive when we talk about what team's doing really well or not, but I mean that's third round, right? They came in assault rifle rounds. Maybe that's what Fusion just needed. They needed
Right.
a little bit of comfort with their Bezins in hand. By the way, I think the team names might be mixed up. Just a heads up there.
Oh, you're right.
Just good thing I was keeping my eye on the chat. So good shout out to the chat people. Always appreciate when y'all help us out because we miss things, right? Appreciate that. But Fusion, I mean, I think just perfect timing, honestly, for them. Things lined up perfectly as the Ignite team really tried to walk their way in. Got caught up in a couple of different corners, and there was like I think 2 or 3 Fusion players just locked down on certain sites. It was just good planning on their end. So I think this just goes to show like this is anyone's game still. Fusion, I mean, Ignite had a couple strong rounds, but remember these teams have been head to head for the most part in this series. Like I would not expect Hideout to be any different, as both teams have a lot of experience playing this map. I expect see the same stuff.
We'll find out here. Round number 4, Ignite lost their first round to Fusion. And if you're just joining us, map number 147 went in favor of Ignite. Map number 2, 7-1 in favor of Fusion. And we're now on map number 3, the map that will determine who's going to move on to the semifinals next weekend. Luna picking up a bit of damage from Robin. His Unbroken Verdict finding a first pick onto Chosen One. Luna looking to pursue a kill, maybe find some damage through the wall, and does, but Robin takes out Heine, and it's a strong start for Ignite.
I just don't know how Heine landed that shot. They spotted Robin first, but wasn't able to find the kill, but Jet's able to take down Alfred with that green FN grenade. Now down to a 3v4 for the side of Fusion. They do look like they have advantage, but Jet's able to find a broken verdict, but is in a world of hurt right now as he's being pinned from both sides.
Wow.
Able to find Batman, making that to a 3v2, and the advantage has swung the other way.
It's quickly turned around as Hertaj pointed out. Robin alone in piano right now. Bane on the other side of the map. And there's a minute and a half. Jet is just not full of any fear right now. They've pushed out even when they're low on health, and they have still found the kills. And Fusion is in possession of the EMP right now. It's just down to Bane, who's got a Spectral and 16 health and a bit of a dream. But if they lose this round, I mean, it's going to be a tie up in rounds from Fusion. Now, we are still early in the game, but still, Fusion are quickly turning this around.
And I think we're going to be facing a eco from the side of Ignite. You look at the economy. You have 4 players that are under that 700, so they're going to be on either Spectrals or the Omen or Vipers, because this could guarantee not only that Fusion get this round, but they could be getting that 5th later on.
Jet still out in family room. Excuse me, not Jet. Bane still out in family room. Heading back up the stairs. There's really not a whole lot of reason to save here. I mean, do you think that's what we're going to see, Martini?
Yeah, I think it's more not a because
they need to retrieve a Vezin because there's multiple on the ground.
I know, but it's kind of never mind. There's a Vezin outside. They probably are going to save. Yeah, you see that?
It's just
do they
planted.
see it? Do they see it? Okay. Oh.
That's just paranoia.
Yeah.
Just thought there was.
I mean, it makes 16 health in hand, a Vezin on the line. I would be shaking too. I get it, especially with 3 full health players from the Fusion side. And I think this round really did come down to Jet. Ignite was getting a really good setup. They switched off sides. I don't know if you noticed. Because I think last time they attacked Kitchen, but they decided to peel off and go towards that theater room area instead. And it was working out for them. They had a good start. They had a couple picks working out for them early on, but Jet was just shutting them down. And I think that's what I keep seeing from the Fusion side. They have players like Jet or even Heine on the previous map where they can just shut down whole sites just by themselves. I mean, the fact that I think Jet got a 3-piece on that side alone on 3 different Ignite players is just credit to the Fusion players that they might have a couple of clutch artists on their team, or just players that are just good at top fragging on their own, let alone in a team. And that's what I keep seeing there. And that's what I'm saying. I think for me, from the Fusion side, I'm seeing a lot of great fragging ability. But from Ignite, I'm seeing the more better just strong teamwork now. Like they're really in sync on some of their pushes, and things have been working out when they do. But it's head to head. I mean, 2-2 already. Look, it's gonna be a good game. I wouldn't be shocked if it went to 6-6.
If it does go to 6-6, that would be a fusion. Yeah, that would be a
7-1.
fusion win since they 7-1'd on map number 2. So yeah, the pressure is certainly on here for Ignite. They had a strong start. They fell off a little bit in map number 2, but they're starting to realize the gravity of what they need to do to get this game back in control. They had a pretty strong start here. It's fallen back a bit to Fusion, and we'll see if they can build up some more momentum here, because it's time for them to do that before they dig themselves into too deep of a hole to come back. But we're a long way out from that happening. Chosen One finds that initial pick onto Batman, as a smoke is tossed out the breach from Jim. 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes left. Garage hatch has been breached. Now Jet's going to be observing that, but this is going to be a risky play from the Excited Knight. You already lost a player that wasn't even near any of the bomb sites, maybe near towards, I believe, the stair side, but losing a player that early, and even on the push that wasn't even focused on. Now it looks a little bit more rough for Ignite, as now they have all their players trying to stack up towards this garage. That's what the push could be towards, but they don't have any form of utility to try and counter or maybe stagger the defense a little bit.
And if you're Ignite here, how are you approaching this? It's still a 5 versus 4. They're only 1 player down. But I guess their economy isn't looking the best, as they have set off a proximity alarm over on the big stairs. Luna looking to potentially swing. Chosen and Luna potentially looking to swing. But Ignite are shifting the push around, and I'm not sure where they're going to go here, because they've got less than a minute on the clock. And are we going to see them push at all? I'm getting very confused.
This might be a 30-second push, but I think they might just have to play for just picks, because you look at the overall economy outside of Ignite, they only have SMGs, they only have one vest, and that's on Robin. But you look at the side, as Unbroken Verdict and Alfred, they run into the duo of Chosen and Luna, but Robin on the other side able to find Henny and Jet. It's down to a 2v3. Alfred able to set up this breaching foam, but the EMP has to retrieve. Robin fights 2 through a collateral. It's all down to Tog, but there's 10 seconds left. But the EMP is going to be freely planted, and Robin gets the kill. And it is a clutch situation coming in from Ignite. And I don't know what caused the collapse there.
It's certainly a massive misplay by Fusion. I don't know if you two caught this, but Robin dropped through the garage hatch into storage, and I believe it was Luna and Chosen stacked up, and they were looking, they went through the door blocker. Robin just took both of them out with a couple of headshots from that Vezin there, and it just completely destroyed the Fusion defense. So that little misplay has hurt them. It put Ignite back in the lead of this game, and it gave them a lot of money to work with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think that last round should have originally been a Fusion win, but Ignite, I think, just for them, it was kind of a storm of crazy situations that did work out for them. I think with Ignite, probably had a couple players on the other side of the map going in for a push. One of them getting knocked down already, and somehow damaging the other player enough to allow the Ignite players to get some picks off and allow them to push in. I mean, the fact that Robin came in, I think, with a clutch setup at the very end there, even if Robin had died there, it would have allowed Ignite to be able to plant on the opposite end and still have things work out for them. But I don't know, Fusion's got to be very careful about some of the mistakes they're making, because Ignite has been punishing them.
Yeah, certainly not the kind of mistake you want to be making there, stacking up like that when you're going to swing. But again, we see outlines, we see everybody through walls. So, it's a lot easier for us to say that when we're, looking at the exact position. But in any case, an early pick for Fusion as they find Bane. And that could be a good start for them. That's going to slow down Ignite's push a little bit. I was a bit nervous about Ignite's push, I'm not going to lie, because they waited till the last second to push there. And I thought it was just going to be shut down, but they were able to make it work. We'll see if they can make it work again.
Yeah, and the smoke stare, it is just mayhem in the garage side. And Ignite just have not been able to make progress. But Tog is on fire right now, dropped down to 40 HP. And as I was saying, Ignite's not making any push because that static field's in a way. And it's in an angle where it is impossible from the outside to shoot it down. It's now Alfred up on that top side, able to open up one of the hatches. But they have to probably push towards this living room area. Because unless Ramen just goes for the static field, I'm pretty sure will. Never mind, unable to find it, but there's a minute 30 left on the clock. And if you're side of Fusion, you have bought so much time and you were able to find an early kill.
Just a minute 20 on the clock. As not sure what Batman was shooting there, but we do see the push from Ignite moving into Garage. Tog waiting over in Pantry right now. Just a minute on the clock, as I do think we may see a push onto Site B. Just 55 seconds left now. And Ignite getting ready to push in. There's the smoke toss. This Unbroken Verdict looks to go towards Larger, but Heyday was waiting with the gun up. Batman finds the kill on the Jet as it's quickly become a 4 versus 3. Now just 40 seconds left on the clock.
A 4v3, and now it's starting to fall, but Ignite's able to find at least one of the members. But Luna's able to find Alfred. They haven't made progress. They still haven't found Heyday. But Batman's able to find Chosen. That's what 1v2, but there's 30 seconds left remaining, and the EMP is not in Batman's hands. Batman has to find his kill on the Heyday, who's defending that EMP. It's now Heyday with the Taurus in hand. Batman's able to find Heyday as it's down to a 1v1. Luna versus Batman, but there's 50 seconds. But Batman has to find his timing onto Luna, or at least get this plant.
Batman just waiting to make their move. Luna looking for the swing out. The EMP has been planted. Will Luna find the kill? Luna will find the kill. Oh my goodness, what a flick. As it's quickly become a 3 versus 3. Once again, a tie up between Fusion and Ignite.
You know, I remember making a prediction at the very beginning of this, and I said, I could see it coming down around, but I think it would slightly tip in Fusion's side, and the closer we get, if I can see it so clearly now. I'm just kidding. I wanted to set that whole thing up, but no, I mean, Fusion's defense we've seen has been very strong, but also Ignite's attack has just been giving them a good amount of work. The fact that Fusion's been able to make this one work out, I think, goes to show just how good they are on the defensive side. We saw that when they were on Skyscraper, and to be quite honest, I thought it'd be more like the scoreline would be like a 4-2, because again, that one round, I think Fusion totally had it in the bag. But as we've seen, like Ignite has a couple clutch artists themselves. They can really turn around some of these rounds. That is so close. And you said it, correctly earlier, that this is kind of the onus is really on Ignite here. They can't draw this. They have to win this one. If they draw this, that's also a loss. So anything besides a win for them is a loss for the Ignite players. So there's a lot of pressure on them, and I think they can do it. We've seen some great defenses from them, but Fusion has just been showing some strong plays, especially when they did their switch-ups with some of their subs coming in that previous map.
Just 2 minutes 50 seconds left on the clock as we start up round number 7. The first round of the second half. I completely forgot we were swapping sides. As we see, we'll see what Fusion can do here on the offense, if they can manage to bring it back or potentially find some success against Ignite here in the second half. Jet gets tossed some breaching foam, as we see multiple Tauruses from both sides. Luna with that cloaking device, looking for a potential pick onto Alfred, as we have 2 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock, and they're stacking outside of A.
They're approaching towards the A site, and Bane with that frag grenade up in hand, but Heyday is actually able to find Alfred, who tries to swing outside, trying to at least find a peek onto those boxes. But the wall's gonna open.
Oh,
Nade
no.
thrown, as that's gonna find Luna. Now it's just down to a 4v4, all even here in this round. And shots being traded, pre-fires coming in from both sides. But Ane falls to Bane, trying to at least find one with that Taurus. But Jet's able to find Batman, trying to cross through the closet. Chosen finds Bane. And Ramen able to take down Jet down to a 2-on-2. But the EMP plant is going through. It's going to be a post-plant situation. Molotov toss all day on the Tog into a 1v2. Stuck with that Molotov. Trying to block through. Tries to cross into safety. But Ramen gets the kill. And that is guaranteed to defuse for Ignite here.
It came very, very close though, Martini.
I think the big thing was utility usage in the end there. I mean, I was kind of shocked at the Fusion player. Maybe they're too focused on getting that time and that EMP planted down, but they let the static sit there. They let a couple other utilities come in, and that made it a lot harder for them. I think they're able to probably sneak in and get the plant off, but when you're under pressure, it's a little bit hard to make sure you stay out of the way of a static as you're getting shot down. And we saw that started chipping some of their health down. That Molotov coming out locked them down in that certain area. I think great usage of utility from the Ignite side that really forced them to work it out in the end there. Because I don't saw the health economy there, but that Ignite, they had 2 players up technically, but I mean, they both had, 15, 20 health between each player. It definitely would have been possible for the Fusion player to knock out both of them in the very end there. But hey, they still got the plant off. That still gives them a good amount of economy going into the upcoming round. 200 in the pocket for each of their players. It's not too much, but it's still something that helps them a lot coming into the upcoming rounds, especially the second round off of the pistol round.
So, not an ideal start to the second half for Fusion. They are currently just 3 rounds away from guaranteeing that they move into the semifinals next weekend. Ignites, well, they've got a little bit more. Well, I guess a slightly less work to do. They only need 2 rounds before they at least guarantee the draw, but they still have to win this map if they want to move on. So we'll see how things work out here. There goes the wall into gym. 2.5 minutes on the clock, as it's a pretty close. Yeah, they're playing pretty close to the sites here on the bottom floor over on Fusion, or excuse me, over on Ignite.
They're opting to side of Fusion. They're actually going to go try and attempt for Museum here. No, wow. I honestly thought we were back in factory, but no, they're going to be opting in for this garage push. Open up that hatch there. So that's going to cause Alfred to keep their gun up. And as you say, it's going to be a lot more difficult, but Chosen's actually able to find Robin in his and actually the nade coming in from Luna finds Bane, and that is sight control. And now Jet just swings on through the stores and finds 2 all down an Unbroken Verdict with that Vezin, and does not find the kill onto Chosen, as that type of Vezin in the hands of Fusion and a round secured.
And they lost their Vezin player there, Martini, and they couldn't recover it in time.
I think Ignite had a good amount of defensive cover and things worked out, but it's so hard, right? When you can have perfect defensive cover, but when you're talking about players that have really expert usage and expert aiming with a frag, what part of the site is safe? You know what I mean? The fact that they can roll the frag, bounce it off of any surface, and you'd be shocked. Some of the bounces that I've seen some of these players make, it's just expert pinpointing accuracy sometimes. It's kind of shocking. And I think that's what it came down to, the fact that the Fusion players were able to knock down a couple key players from the Ignite side on that gym area. It allowed them to get that push in, knock out storage in one hit. It was just a perfect setup for Fusion to get that good entrance in on that gym. And I think Ignite unfortunately just wasn't ready to fight against that. They had pretty good coverage from everyone, but it's hard. How do you defend against a frag when you're stuck in a corner and they know exactly how to land it in there, right?
Yeah, it takes a lot of finesse to really get that frag where you want to go. But to Martini's point, I mean, if you're going up against somebody who knows how to really make that frag go where they want it to, like Jet just getting that S tier frag onto Robin, that's another great start for Fusion. Now, Jet and Hane did pick up a bit of damage. I think this is it's from Bane in Site B right now, but there's the drone moving, scouting out Laundry clearing out any potential roamers or people playing off site from Ignite, and they only have 4 people left on the site, and Heyne takes out Batman through the wall. What an opening for Fusion.
An early opening, and it is a strong start. You have a lot of time, and you've dropped 2 members of Ignite before even making an attempt to push into the spawn site to see the side of Fusion trying to open up that wall there on Garage as they do. Nade's going to be thrown, trying to clear out. They already cleared out that Cubby side, as that's going to be another nade thrown, and that finds Chosen. Bane with another grenade, able to take down, but Jet has made their way into the bomb site, able to shut down this cross into Pantry, as it shuts down an Unbroken Verdict in a 1v4.
And they managed to find one, but again, numbers advantage from Fusion as Unbroken swings into 3 Fusion players, and there's the 5th round. Martini, one more, and Fusion will guarantee that they move on to the semifinals.
We can just go home.
Weekend.
We can just go home. I can have dinner. I'm kidding. But no, you're right. Like as we have mentioned so many times at this point, Fusion at the bare minimum, all they need is a tie. Once they get the tie, because of round differences, they win this playoff game, right? Again, this is a little bit different than the ladder matches because we would just consider a tie, right? But that isn't the case here. We go ties. It's rounds. Starts like maps, then it's round wins and whatever. Kind of falls off there. But Ignite, I think. This is the do or die moment. They gotta win this. They gotta push it all the way to the very end and get not a 6. They need to get 7-5. They need to win the next 3 rounds for Ignite, and that might be a really big undertaking for them, considering how close this whole game has been. And again, I think as we talk about the utility usage and the game sense from Fusion, the fact that they were able to enter site with 2 players already down, that provides them a lot of value and a lot less resistance. Because the Ignite players can definitely hold their own ground, as we've seen them do time and time again against Fusion.
What could potentially be the final round of this series is underway. Fusion, they have a material advantage like you've never seen. Look at those 5 Vezins. Plenty of utility in their hands. We've seen eco rounds turn into some of the best rounds for a team, though, so Ignite could potentially bring this back. They have to play very smart, though, and Bane just takes out Heyne immediately with a Knut. Jet looking to recover that Vezin, but Fusion down one of their top players already at the start, but Tog doesn't care. They throw an S-tier frag, and it finds Alfred. There goes the wall. Open his site B. Frags and Incendiaries exchange between these 2 teams. Chosen One's going to pick up a bit of damage from that frag grenade, but it's not going to find that full kill. Now just 2 minutes left on the clock, and it's a 4 versus 4.
4v4. Batman somehow finds Chosen with that Viper in hand, but Togs finds Unbroken Verdict, and Jet finds Bane as it's down to a 2v3 as it's all starting to come to a close here on Hideout, as it's just down to Ramen to save Ignite, as the side Fusion made their way into B bomb site, as it's just a matter of time. Ramen trying to buy time towards their demise, as this could potentially be the final round, knocking Ignite out of the bracket and stopping their run here in top 8. But side of Fusion has made really good progress, and just 3 members alive definitely looks like the end of a series.
It could be. Robin is in a lot of trouble here. They do have a heal on them, but even if they try and pick up that Vezin, Tog is going to immediately get them. Oh my goodness, Tog was waiting, but just barely missed those shots. Robin cannot salvage here. In order for Ignite to keep moving forward, they have to defuse that EMP now. There's just 45 seconds left before Ignite is knocked out of Season 2. We will see what happens. Robin is going to have to find these kills here. Can't wait that much longer, or else it's going to be match point for Fusion. Is Robin going to go for it? Are they even going to attempt? Oh, come on, you gotta at least go for it. They do find one on the Luna, but that's it. That's it. That is a Fusion win against Ignite, based completely off of rounds. We're gonna put the little win up here and talk about this during this bye phase, but we will still continue with the rest of the matchup. But Martini, what are your thoughts here?
I don't know. I'm wondering, does Ignite know that it plays off of rounds here? Do they think they're going to go into a best of 5, because that's my only question here. I'm not sure. If I were Rock Nut, I'd be shouting, you got to play it out. You got to play it out. Otherwise, if it's tied, it's just game. I don't want to say there's no point in watching at this point. We still watch them to see, if they win any consolation matches. But the fact is, we know that at this point, the bare minimum, Fusion's going to tie this one up. At the bare minimum, that leaves them with the bare minimum a rounds win based off of that tiebreaker in that map too. And I'm wondering if the Ignite player might have just waited a little too long, because they should have made the push. They should have just done something. And I know it was risky, 1v3. They got the EMP plan down, but like I said, that's a do or die round. And it looks like they obviously have not been able to make that one out. And it was crazy. Just frags coming out from both sides. Ignite still coming out, I think, pretty close, considering that it was economically disadvantaged for them. So definitely a lot of crazy plays there. And I think Jet, again, we saw some crazy, beautiful picks there from Jet in that previous round.
Hertaj, let me get your thoughts as well while we watch the rest of this matchup.
Yeah, I just want to know, why didn't just Robin play on it? If they knew that, I just don't think they just knew, but the flash is going to be tossed, and it is just a util dump onto Bane. And Bane just swings on and finds the Luna before going down. Does take a huge chunk onto Jet. Now, the flank coming in from Heyne, unsuccessful. It's down to a 4v3. But, slow, methodical push, but Chosen's actually able to find Alfred, does spot another, finding a kill to Robin, but Unbroken Verdict finds 2 down to Chosen in a 1v2.
And they've managed to find 1. It's just down to a 1v1 here before we do see a full-on Fusion win here in this map. Chosen wasn't expecting it at all, and Batman manages to find that kill onto Chosen, but I mean, even now, it doesn't really matter here in this context, Martini. We've already seen Fusion win entirely based off of rounds, but yeah, I tend to think it's more of your line of thinking. Maybe Robin was, expecting if they tie it up, then they go to a 4th map and play it out that way.
Yeah,
but yeah.
I think people got to forget there's several tiebreakers before we ever get to a best of 5, right? It's always maps, and then it's rounds played, and then it's a best of 5. Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone in the chat or one of y'all, please correct me if I'm wrong. But there's already there's a backup tiebreaker in place, just because we don't want to. It makes sense, right? As the league, you don't want to force teams to go into a best of 5 unless they absolutely have to. And that would have been the case if it was 7-4 and 7-4 and then a 6-6, right? Something like really close. But I think we just got to give credit to the Fusion team in the very end there. It just came down the rounds. Like, they just had such a dominant play on Skyscraper. I don't know what they did on Skyscraper there, but it literally was night and day here. And hey, what did I say? I'm gonna say it again. What did I say?
Okay.
I think it's gonna come down to rounds.
We know it's coming down to rounds. Gonna be a close match.
Can I hear I was right? Can I hear
you were right? I think at the end of the day, I was the one who ate my words. Well, I guess both me and Hertaj, because Hertaj said this was gonna be a sweep. So you're not entirely getting out of this scot-free, Hertaj. You were wrong too.
No, listen. They 7-1 on
no, that doesn't count. That doesn't
count for that.
That doesn't count. That was one map. We played three maps.
Bob's right. Look at this map right now. They're 6-5. They're not fully done yet. This might go to a tie, and this goes to a tie. I was 100% right then, because it definitely came down to rounds. Because then they tied on map wins. And it came down to just the win difference here. And I'm gonna be honest. Look at Ignite. They got 5-3. I'm not gonna stroke my own ego right now, but I'm really close. I'm really close.
Oh my goodness, yeah. A 3 versus 5, as Martini has pointed out here. Round number 12 can't go to any more rounds after this. We've already seen Fusion the confirmed winner here, but Bane does take out Heyne. And it's not just down to Tog and Luna to I guess it's now just down to Tog to 1v5 this. And we see a minute 40 on the clock, and I think Tog's just taking in the scenery, enjoying the view, because, well, they don't really have to do the hard job here.
They're just passing by Tog, just drops down, doesn't even matter. Just a full draw here, but as you said, Fusion will be moving on. Ignite out of the bracket. Don't talk about
Wow,
that.
this came down to. I'm sorry. This came down to 3-round difference. I'm waiting for my drink actually when I'm in Denver. I think I won this bet.
Yeah, you definitely made the right call there, Martini. You have more foresight than both Hertaj and I. I was completely wrong on the team that would win. Hertaj was completely wrong on the amount of rounds it would take to win. But yeah, overall, a very close matchup between Fusion and Ignite. I mean, we saw great gameplay from both sides, but you know, at the end of the day, it just went Fusion's way. Map 2 was so important for that. I mean, if it had gotten closer, you know, like it did on Factory, on Skyscraper, we could have seen a completely different series of events here, but Ignite just didn't get the rounds that they needed on Skyscraper. Fusion's defense was just, it was insanely good. But yeah, any closing thoughts there from you, Hertaj?
It was pretty close. I'll admit. Okay, listen. I was finally right on that 7-1 Sky. All right, I was right on the 7-1 Sky.
I'll give you that.
That was the Fusion I expected.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
you were right.
I think we all expected Fusion to, you know, run through them.
Okay. I wasn't
on
expecting
Hideout,
I know,
it
but
was
you
a bit
say
the
that,
same-
but
I think it was the same thing.
Ignite ties up map 3. They get a 7-4 win on map 1. I'm just saying, like, you can't discount them. We saw them play a hard game, and the fact that out of 21 rounds, it came down to a 3-round difference. I'm just saying that is a big deal, right? And that's exciting gameplay we want to see in something like quarterfinals. The fact that it came down to 2 or 3 maps, that's what I'm saying. Like, every single round matters. And it was you're right. Fusion played a heck of a game in that map too, where they 7-1. I don't know what was going on, but the momentum was deadly, and it was just so hard for Ignite to fight against.
Absolutely. Well, that is going to do it for this matchup, but don't go away because we're only halfway through the NA action today. When we come back, it'll be Martini, Nightfire, and I. We're going to say goodbye to Hertaj, but we will be back for Acer versus Restart in the final event here for Saturday. Of course, tomorrow we got the second half of EU. We've got the second half of NA, so it'll be just as exciting tomorrow as it will be today. But for now, that's going to do it for us in this in this Ignite versus Fusion matchup. Restart Acer's coming up soon. But thank you for joining us, Hertaj and Martini. Nightfire and I will be right back with that matchup. So don't go anywhere.
Still tucked in. Doesn't get flashed. There's the canal with a double kill. Minnow Tiger with slide. Nessie gonna clean up things with final frag, and just like that, F3 are getting chipped apart by Heyne, and their headshots. Bot is exposed, and down they go. Can Heyne find the quadra kill with the Taurus in hand? Nessie with good rotation. Able to surprise Heyne here. Trying to bait out a missed shot, and they do not. Heyne, what the heck? A quadra kill.
My name is Heyne, and I play for Fusion VRML. I come from Echo. I love Echo VR, and I played that game since it came out in VRML. Going from Quest 1 to Quest 2 was jarring, and same thing for going to Quest 3. Echo was a very fun workout, and going to here, it's just, I can sit here for hours. The Taurus is my, I don't want to say my brand, but it's my thing. I've been using it since day one. I love that gun. If you use Hollow on Taurus, you're weird. That's kind of weird. Everyone should use Red Dot. I laugh and giggle a lot. I'm so happy no one else hears comms because I am a horrible teammate. Every moment's chaos on Fusion. I was just listening for footsteps. Do you know how Mike Tyson used to fight? He would just stare him down, look at their heads. I either hit the headshot with the Taurus or I die instantly. That's just how the Taurus goes. Because the Taurus demands so much confidence. But if you're not confident, that's the biggest thing by far.
And it went through my hand. Better.
Last guy.
There. He's outside.
I'm excited for the win. That's gonna be fun. No matter what happens, I'm going there for sure. I'm just gonna walk around. Most people recognize me, and I'm gonna recognize almost everyone. I'm gonna have a good time no matter what happens, and that's what I'm going there for. It's gonna be a cool, very cool experience. I'm gonna hang out with Bob for a ton of it. I love Bob. That guy's awesome. He's gonna be there with his mother, and I'm gonna say hi to both of them. I love you, Bob. I love you, Bob.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
There's Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Been through this right on the top list. And there's a double kill that comes in from Cozy from get to the EMP inside. Oh my god! No! It's a fast 5, 4, 3.
Hey there, I'm VRML. Breacher's competitive update has brought many great changes to our beloved game. Beyond adding rank, Triangle Factory has expanded headshot damage to the neck, as well as some map changes that are sure to balance and mix up the metas. Some changes denied previously overpowered peeks, including this window peek into Garage on Hideout. This white tarp in Garage is no longer penetrable. On Skyscraper, the one-way angle from Broadcast has been removed, as well as the radio wallbang through shutters. On Ship, the bomb site has been pushed back so a previous plant spot is no longer possible, like in Eternity versus Acer in the NA semifinals. Can't wait to see you in game!
Still tucked in. Doesn't get flashed. There's the canal with a double kill. Minnow Tiger with slide. Nessie gonna clean up things with final frag, and just like that, F3 are getting chipped apart by Heyne in their headshots. Bot is exposed, and down they go. Can Heyne find the quadra kill with the Taurus in hand? Good rotation. Able to surprise Heyne here. Trying to bait out a missed shot, and they do not. Heyne, what the heck? A quadra kill.
My name is Heyne, and I play for Fusion VRML. I come from Echo. I love Echo VR, and I played that game since it came out in VRML. Going from Quest 1 to Quest 2 was jarring, and same thing for going to Quest 3. Echo was a very fun workout, and going to here, it's just, I can sit here for hours. The Taurus is my, I don't want to say my brand, but it's my thing. I've been using it since day one. I love that gun. If you use Hollow on Taurus, you're weird. That's kind of weird. Everyone should use Red Dot. I laugh and giggle a lot. I'm so happy no one else hears comms, because I am a horrible teammate. Every moment's chaos on Fusion. I was just listening for footsteps. Do you know how Mike Tyson used to fight? He would just stare him down, look at their heads. I either hit the headshot with the Taurus or I die instantly. That's just how the Taurus goes. Because the Taurus demands so much confidence. But if you're not confident, that's the biggest thing by far.
It went through my hand.
Better.
One. Last guy.
There. He's outside.
I'm excited for the LAN. That's gonna be fun. No matter what happens, I'm going there for sure. I'm just gonna walk around. Most people recognize me, and I'm gonna recognize almost everyone. I'm gonna have a good time no matter what happens, and that's what I'm going there for. It's gonna be a cool, very cool experience. I'm gonna hang out with Bob for a ton of it. I love Bob. That guy's awesome. He's gonna be there with his mother, and I'm gonna say hi to both of them. I love you, Bob. I love you, Bob.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors, guarantee you, boy, fast.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. Once again, I'm Gibular Bob. I'm joined by Martini once again, and we've got the one, the only Nightfire with 2 E's. Welcome, Nightfire.
Yeah, happy to be here. A stellar opener, 3 maps, getting locked in there. A nice little 6-6 finale to wrap things up for us. Happy to see it, and looking forward to the Acer restart battle we have ahead of us.
Absolutely, yeah. We're just waiting on Acer to load into the lobby right now. Got everybody on Restart. Restart has been on such a journey. I mean, they have played in the Challenger Cup last weekend. They went through 5 games there. They won the best of 3 against Winnie Witty Wiki, and that was pretty close in some spots as well. So now they're here, and they're going up. I mean, they get it a little bit rough since they are the 8th seed. This is just how the structuring works. It's kind of an advantage that Acer gets for performing so well all season. But yeah, they're going up against the number 1 team, first round of the tournament. If they win, it would be a massive upset. But Acer, I mean, they've been strong all season. I don't know, Martini, are they really going to go out round 1 here?
I mean, Restart, they're hot off their CCs. You know, they just came out from that Challengers Cup, so their team is at least warmed up, but I'm not pretending like Acer has definitely not been practicing. There's just no way they haven't been practicing, especially knowing that they're playing in the postseason. But it's a huge, huge hill for them to overcome. I was looking at the stats a little bit earlier. Acer has not lost a game this whole season in terms of league match. They actually haven't lost. They've only lost one. The last time they lost a match was the last season. It's been a whole season and a half since they lost a match. And by the way, I even looked up the specific map that they lost. It was against Aspect, or at least like EVNA, formerly known as Aspect. September 30th. They had literally not lost in longer than like 7-8 months. Think about that. That is what Restart is up against, and that's what when we were talking about in the previous cast, who do we think is gonna win? What are our bets on? It's never me trying to say one team's like bad, like in a bad way like that. It's just like Acer has just shown such good skills that it's hard to play against. There's been very few teams that have been able to put them up for their money, force them into map 3s. They just consistently win within 2 maps, and like I said, they haven't lost a league match since last season, and that's something that has to happen here. They can't, there's no tying, as we saw in the previous match. There's no tying. Like, you go to map wins. If you don't win on those, it's gonna be best of rounds played, and I expect Acer to win both of those against Restart. Unless Restart has some crazy mix-ups here, which is what we're gonna need to see from them to play against the top seed in the game. You got to bring something crazy to the game.
And first map. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The 7-0-1 record. I think maybe it's
okay.
They have that. They have the tie there, so they have at least this season been challenged. But I think even that tie might have been reversed based off of rounds. So actually, their record, I think, is technically perfect if you look at the NA record. So I actually do think they are technically undefeated too. To your point. So I don't know. Let's not get into the details of it all, but for them to lose here now, I think would be a tremendous surprise. This is a team that I think most people are chalking up to being out there at the convention, and I think most people are chalking up almost every Acer team to win across all of the leagues, which I think is even more impressive to me. When you interview these 2 teams, the Acer squad is something that permeates across the VRML. So it's they're bringing a lot to Breachers here in particular, because this Acer squad is very skilled.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, we're looking at like VRMLCon becoming the Acer meetup zone, because they've got teams in Vale, X8, Breachers. They don't have an Onward one though, do they?
I don't think so. That one is a hard one to break into, to say the least. But yeah, they are at least covering most of their ground. I think they also have like a hyper dash team.
Oh, right.
They have a lot of teams.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're in all sorts of. They're in other leagues too, other tournaments. One-off events. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an Acer golf team that's out there somewhere. That's doing Golf Plus events. But yeah, it's again,
Tennis
a lot
too,
to
think
go up
about
against.
tennis.
Yeah. It's a lot to go up against for Restart. So they really do have this sort of mountain of a task ahead of them. And, any rounds won, any close rounds are, in my opinion, a net positive for Restart. And so see what they can get. We almost had Acer all ready to go as they were in lobby. I was going to say, as we've been waiting for these teams to get ready up into the lobby, that maybe they'll get a forfeit. That'll be the one way they can get a map win against Acer, would be that Acer didn't show up this afternoon. But they're very focused, as a team, and they have their good fun. We saw in the interview for both EU and NA, both sides not afraid to joke around and have a good time. But when it comes down to it, they can really lock it in. And so I think we are just moments away from figuring out who is going to take map number 1 here in this best of 3. And I mean, gosh, Bob, the pressure is on. The winner here has so much to look forward to next weekend.
There's so much on the line, and it's only just increasing in pressure with each week that these teams move up. I mean, you pass round 1 next weekend, you got the semifinals, which are, again, they're going to be even more difficult than these matchups that we have here today. And then, the winners of the semis are going to VRMLCon. They're going to get flown out. They're going to get a hotel. So we are so close to that point. And there's so much pressure already in this week, but there's going to be even more for the teams that move on to those semis. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see who is going to walk away as the winner of this matchup. I think the expected vote here is going to be, it's going to be Acer, but we'll find out. Maybe Restart was secretly hiding their power, and they're going to come back and
they might have a ringer. Who knows? They might have a ringer.
Yeah, they might just start locking in every single round. They did lose. They tied Winnie Witty Wiki first map last week, and then they proceeded to just absolutely shut them out on map 2, and then map 3 they came back really strong there too. So we could potentially see a lot of momentum come out from Restart. And they do have, I mean, they've got Gears on their team. I know Gears is very fond of the Taurus, one of those, top tier Taurus players. So we could see them make use of that Taurus. And, we saw that in the previous matchup between Fusion and Ignite, just how useful it can be to have somebody who's very familiar with the Taurus, because it really comes down to, those headshots. And if you can consistently hit those headshots, you can become the most dangerous player on your team. But we're not waiting any longer. We're getting started right here, right now, with map number 1, which is going to be Factory. Here we are, map number 1, Factory. Acer taking the offense. Restart starting on the defense. Spectral's coming out from both teams. We see some Cyclones from Restart. Here we go.
A opening set, and again, that Acer squad on the attack. It gives them opportunity to set the pace. Gives them an opportunity to come in fast here, and Restart really got to be ready. It's interesting to see Gears set up as aggressive as they are here. I do think they're obviously going to try and catch out 1 or 2 players with a quick swing, and so we may be running into some action very early in this round 1.
Gears already taking out that drone as Determined and Hotline making their move. 2 minutes 50 on the clock. It's only been 10 seconds in, and we're already seeing quite a bit of action. The EMP did get tossed outside of Orange Vendings. Mr. Huang or Sleepy Penguin going to pick that up. Gears finds Determined Fear. Did get refragged by Hotline as we see 2.5 minutes on the clock here in round number 1.
Man, that was a really interesting play there to peek out and deny the drone. They knew that the team wasn't going to push in player first and that drone was going to come in, and so they took the aggressive stance to get rid of that drone so that drone had no ability to scout that inside locker room. That was a very high-level play. That's research done against Acer, knowing that they like to drone that door first and taking rid of that and getting rid of that drone.
Meanwhile, we see a breach through storage. That wall is opened up. Tech9 Jr. finding the kill onto Egress as a flash is tossed in. Parrot swinging on Mr. Huang. Shimmy Marui finds Tech9 Jr. with a trip mine, and it's a 2 versus 3. It's just down to Plunge and Hotline against Parrot, Shimmy Marui, and Maestro. Hotline over by Site B right now, but they're at a player disadvantage here on round 1. That's an unexpected result here in this first round.
No kidding. A big opener for this restart team, but you can never count Acer out. Even with 2, they're dangerous. EMP's already down, so they're going to go for the plant. Plunges here to defend this repeak, and Parrot goes down. Down goes Shimmy Marui, and now Maestro has the only one left to peek. They try and challenge the 1v2, and like guys said, you can never count them out, Martini. 2 left alive to lock in a round 1 win for Acer.
You know, when I saw the player advantage switch over to restart, I'm like, you know what? They might be able to win this one out. I mean, they're on defense. They had a pretty, they're able to handle such an aggressive attack coming in from Acer from that locker area. And I don't know if y'all even peeked the frag coming out from restart trying to knock down the Acer player, but they're so expertly in tune with their game sense. They saw the frag came out. 2 of the players responded with the right amount of time. It got no value at all, even when they knew the players were coming in that locker area. But it's just Acer, like, to your point, you can't count them out when they have even a player disadvantage down, because they had a beautiful bait there. They had the 2 players set up. They went in for the EMP plant bait, and that pulled out. And the fact that they were able to take down 2 players with that 1 play right there just goes to show just how in tune Acer is with how to play Factory, how to approach these maps. This is just a masterclass. I hate to keep giving him so much, but it's just a masterclass in how to play this game.
You can learn a thing or two by tuning in today, Bob. Just like you could learn a thing or two by going and watching one of the Mastering the Meta videos, where we review a beautiful grenade play that can go right down into the server room from the hatch. Plunge, actually, the one that showed us it. And if there's ever a time to plug that video, it's now, as we get ready to push this A site.
Not to mention the one about the bathroom push on Hideout. I mean, that was restart. That featured the whole team there. But anyways, Tech9 Jr. opening things up with a pick onto Shimmy Marui. There's Mr. Huang looking to get that EMP planted, and Acer already establishing such dominance in the site. We see it looked like one of them went for a swing on restart. Tech9 Jr. goes down, or takes down Parrot. It's now just down to Gears, who's downstairs in Orange Hallway. And oh my goodness, just a rough round for restart as Hotline finds Gears, and they're just already in the site. And that was a much faster round.
Just a lot of value coming out from the 2 players. They decided to go a little bit more aggressive, I think, with their hero buys this past round, with 2 players on the Acer side getting those Vesins buy. But as we saw, it came up with a lot of value. Their players played very aggressively. They knew how to make the shots. It worked out pretty perfectly. Small thing, Bob, we might need to reset the map scores. Just check those out real quick. Right. They might have been from the previous map, just heads up. But anyways, I think Acer, they're already, they're getting into the groove of it, and this is them on the attack. Remember, this is them on the attack. They're not even on the defensive side, and they're showing such dominant gameplay already against restart.
Yeah, it's what we'd expect, again, out of this Acer team this afternoon. And like I maybe put out a curse here on Acer CS, I thought maybe if they didn't have the full Acer team, that would be sort of how Restart would be able to really contest against Acer here. And unfortunately, there seems to be a disconnect at some point in this series, and now there's a bot on the offensive side for Acer. So technically a 4v5 going into this round for Acer, because that bot Bram isn't going to do a whole lot up against the team like Restart.
Such a shame that Plunge was out there. Gears catching 2, catching 3. Oh my goodness, Mr. Wang looks to push into Orange George, stuck in that static field emitter, tossing that incendiary. Looking to close off any rotations to Orange Storage, but wow, that did not work out for Acer. Plunge still has him reconnected, and Gears just absolutely tore through their team.
Yikes, that was a huge peek out the window. Unfortunate that it wasn't covered, and maybe if they had had the 5th, it would have been, but it's not over yet. And like I said, you can never count Acer out, especially when there's 2 grenades in their hand. One finds a kill, the second just gets rid of a wall. Shimmy gets hurt big time. A good flash there that allows Determined Fear to barrel in. Finds one, can't spin for the second, and everyone gets cleaned up for round 3. And a round for restart on the board.
I mean, a lot of value. That window. I mean, I've seen that window used in a variety of times, and I think because it's such a deceiving window. Most people, when they go for aggressive picks on that first floor from factory, they actually tend to play out that little lobby room. You know, that little lobby room people swing wide, but it's a little dangerous. Whereas using something like a lean in one of the windows is actually pretty smart. It allows the other team to play a little bit more aggressive, but not giving away too much riskiness there. They're able to get some good shots off and have a good amount of cover for themselves. And I mean, that was a beautiful setup there. I think it was what, 2 or 3 piece off of that window alone, allowing Acer to knock out those players. But as we saw, like they tried their best, Acer, to come back, but it's kind of hard to come back from a 3 person loss, even though that they had some strong picks coming in from Acer, even with those 3 players down. But hey, look this. This does not count. We start out. They can get a couple rounds in the pocket. All they got to do is get a couple more, and maybe this might work out a little bit more in their favor, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the economy advantage. They've got the rifles. They are positioned nicely going into round 4 off of a big win in round 3 where those kills did major economy damage. So Acer coming in on an eco round. 1 Vezin, Omen, and pistols with some nades in their hands to try and do some damage to restart, but they are at least back as a full squad as they make this push in.
There's a frag tossed into site A. Doesn't find anybody. Maestro finds the kill onto Determined Fears. Frags are exchanged between both sides. Mr. Huang picking up quite a bit of damage from that frag. Tech9 Jr. also finds himself pretty hurt. There's the cubby push from Tech9, though, as they do end up going down to Maestro, or excuse me, to Shimmy Marui, who's on the flank, but does get intercepted by Plunge, who has reconnected for Acer, and it's a 3 versus 3 here on round 4.
EMP has been planted. And so they're holding things down on the retake now as Gears pushes up. So does Parrot. They'll go down. Gears going to look to swing out through this hole. They have a Vezin in hand. They're going to challenge Plunge, and Plunge will find that kill. It's a 1v2 in favor of Acer.
Coming down to just Egress, says Hotline out in blue, vending right now. Plunge watching the right, but the EMP is ticking down very quickly, and Egress is going to have to make a move. They do find the kill on Hotline, given by Plunge. They find the second on the Plunge, but I don't know if there's enough time left on the EMP. No, there's not. Oh, what a shame for restart, as there just isn't enough time to get that defuse in. And you know, Martini, what we're seeing here, this is again the 3rd time this afternoon that we've seen, you know, it comes down to the EMP and there's just not enough time to defuse it.
That's why it was a big deal, you know, when Triangle Factory decided to lower the amount of time you had to defuse, you know, going from a full minute to 45 seconds. It's only, you know, it sounds a little bit less, but that's a huge deal. That's that much more pressure on the defending side, and it basically buffs the attacking side. It allows these sides, once they get that plant off, if you can defend it well enough, you basically have secured yourself a win. And that's what we saw there from the Acer side. Restart, they had the craziest clutch up, I think, from Egress in the end there, and it almost worked out for them in their favor. But Acer, I don't know if y'all noticed, that coordination to even plant it was beautiful. They had, you know, good push in. They were economically disadvantaged, but they still made it work. They had the push in, got the plant off, while somebody was covering their, you know, corner from a flanker. And it was just, it's crazy coordination from, I think, Acer to watch all these different angles and get that plant off there.
Yeah, it's what to expect again out of that #1 team, undefeated so far in the regular season, and well, they're going to be pushing to be undefeated here as a beautiful flash from Mr. Huang comes in, and they'll catch a swinging kill to open things up for Acer. A nice 5-4 advantage with very little HP left on Gears to nearly make it a 5-3.
And yeah, it's still that 5-4, but as Nightfire mentioned, Gears very, very low on health. There's the Breaching Foam on the orange storage wall. Parrot sitting back in connectors. Gears is taken out by Tech9 Jr. Hotline finds one. Plunge finds one. Tech9 is just running through fire at this point, and it's just down to Parrot over in Site A. They're attacking connector. They find two. Can they take out Mr. Huang on the other side? They're looking for Hotline, who's just blind firing. They're over on the other side, but Plunge finds the kill onto Parrot to make this a 4-1 game for Acer.
Hey,
Wow.
Martini, it's what we. It's.
I can't even. What is the time on that? I almost feel like I need. If I could time an Acer attack, and I think I'm gonna time the next one and see how long it takes. But I mean, when their attacks work, oh my goodness, they work perfectly. They come in. They have so many players up. They've taken site. But I will say, if I'm going to be nitpicky, because I can be, Acer does have to be a little bit careful about that aggression. I mean, we had a pick from Restart where they had that collateral pick on those two players back there. That's when I know the team's playing too aggressive. Because now you have two players pushing the exact same site. You got to watch your angles on how you address some of these areas. And I know it's not a big deal because they still want it out, but that's the thing. It allows Restart to see some mistakes. And when you have those mistakes, that's what allows someone to get a tie against Acer. They haven't won in a while, but Nightfire made a good point. They still tied, which means there is some potential for something to happen here. And I kind of see a little potential from the Restart side, but again, Acer is just making this such a difficult thing because their attacks have just been going so well.
I mean, what a series we're tuning into here today. Acer performing as well as they need to have the lead that they have as Hotline. Opens things up with an early kill, getting rid of the roamer on the top floor. And Restart, I mean, Bubba, they're getting up a great contest here against Acer as Tech9 barrels through for a double kill on the eco round from Restart. And I stand corrected, 5 alive. Oh, Parrot with a triple. And then they get cleaned up by Determined. They do keep putting on a good fight here, Bubba. They continue to find kills onto Acer.
Yeah, it's just been such a strong performance from that. Now, Restart has certainly had their moments. We just saw a quad from Gears that was unfortunately blocked by the cams. It got stuck up for a little bit. But we did see a triple from Parrot as well. So, I mean, yeah, they've got the potential to turn this around on Acer. 5-1 curse. Hey, we could see that.
Yeah, Acer isn't a team that tends to fall victim to that 5-1 curse, though they do a pretty good job of battling it back. And now they're going on the defense, Martini, and it feels like they've got a lot of momentum on their side on this side swap.
I mean, we're seeing they're consistently winning these 1v1s against Restart, and it's just I really got to chalk it up to the game sense, the game mechanics, and how well they played everything. I wouldn't be shocked if they kind of clean up the last couple rounds here, because they've played so good on the attack. I can't imagine how it's going to work out on the attack. Restart's got to pull out something crazy here. Otherwise, I do expect Acer to clean this one up.
We go into it, round number 7. Restart on the attack, and Acer defending with that initial hatch cracked open. A little bit of static emitter here to set up and deter them in an early fight between Plunge and Ingress that goes the way of Acer.
Gears looking to swing in on orange vendings as Restart making an early move here. I wonder if they're going to try and... I mean, we could see them set an early offensive pace here as we see 2 going into lockers. It's a bad frag from Hotline that's going to force them to reposition. Gears does manage to find that kill. Mr. Huang just dropping 3. Shimmy Marui, Gears, and Parrot as it's already a 6-1 game in favor of Acer. Yeah, I don't know if I guess the 5-1 curse is not taking effect here.
Not yet, at least, Martini. They are now in a solid spot, map point. They're going to go big on the buy here, I imagine. And, well, it's all fight. The comeback train is a long one ahead, but 5 rounds in a row is what's needed for Restart.
I mean, this is just again, they win those 1v1s. When I talk about game sense, I'm talking about game mechanics and gun mechanics. Acer's got it in spades. I mean, the fact that they consistently won. I think they had one player down that pistol round, and I think again, pistol rounds is one of the most equalizing rounds, because you don't have that one-shot headshot potential. You can get a couple shots off, attack other players here and there, but I don't see that from Acer. They know what they're doing. They know how to place their shots, and they're taking down every single 1v1 against Restart. That it causes them to end with a 1 versus 4 situation, and we know that's not going to work out. So I don't know. It's hard not to hype up Acer so much, but it's crazy. It's crazy how well they play.
Ooh, Maestro swings out to pick up one. Tech9 determined fear. Plunge finds another, and Acer are getting aggressive on defense, shutting down Restart from any option of pushing in, from any option of finding around, and it's all up to Parrot alone in a 1v4 on round 8, map 1. Acer looking to go 7-1. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Uh-oh, Parrot's back in it. We're into a 1v1, Bob.
It is just down to Parrot and Tech9 Jr. What a triple kill. Oh my goodness. Very, very nice work from Parrot. Now, can they follow through? There's just one more Acer player. They've done the hard work by killing 3 of them. Can they find the final one onto Tech9, though? And here's the thing. Tech9 knows that they have possession of the EMP. It's up in orange vendings right now. So the moment that Parrot's going to go for it, we're going to see Tech9 make their move. Oh, that bounces back towards Parrot. Not good, but Tech9 only has a Knut. So they're at a range disadvantage compared to Parrot. Is Parrot going to go out the window? No, they're going to cross back over, go down orange stairs. Oh, make sure you have that Vezin. You're going to need it as Tech9 Jr. is going to go for that push. We see Parrot looking to bait out that EMP. There's a minute and a half. Tech9 Jr., no fear as Parrot finds the kill, gives Restart their second round. Very, very nice clutch from Parrot and something that Restart definitely needed, Martini.
Oh my! And wow, Parrot. I mean, shout out to Parrot. That was a beautiful way to respond to Acer and knock down all these players and get your hands on top of that of Vezin to allow yourself to have a really good attack. I'm shocked, honestly, that Acer had pulled back so much on that EMP there. I mean, the person had the Knut in hand. I thought they would have played a little bit more aggressive of an angle on that staircase, but I guess they decided to play a little bit further back, which I found a little shocking. I think Acer definitely misplayed that one. If they're going to utilize something like the Knut, right? Play a little bit closer, maybe something on the staircase to get those immediate shots to the face and get that one-shot kill potential there, right? But, I mean, this is what I'm talking about when Acer, they're great. I mean, I can see the confidence now. They're playing very deep on some of these roaming plays. But I think they still got to give, credit to Restart and expect them to play pretty well, that they're not allowing someone to just roll 3 or 4 players in a row. I think to me that's crazy. That shows that the team is playing a little bit too loose and aggressively on something that they should have won very decisively.
Is that a Viper by around 2? By the way, that ends up clutching that round for them. I think it might have been. Either way, we go into it, and everyone's pretty much kitted out here, except for Acer, who are definitely onto the eco round, as we do have 4 Vezins and a Viper coming out for a Restart, pushing in here, and good control outside of A.
Actually keeping nobody towards the back of A, but we see a string of kills fall in favor of both sides. It's now just down to a 3 versus 3. Mr. Huang on the roam as Hotline and Mr. Huang, the last 2 members of Acer standing. Will Mr. Huang... Oh, there's somebody watching the flank! Oh no, Mr. Huang finds one on Egress, but will be refragged, and Hotline also goes down. But on an eco round, that makes me a little bit concerned for Restart, because they're not... I mean, they lost 3 of those people, but at the same time, they're going to still have Vezins and money for utility martinis, so I think just the fact that they won that round was enough there.
I think Nightfire said it best. Every close round that Restart gets, every round win that they get, that's a big deal. For the fact that Restart can showcase, hey, we can play against a seeded 1 team. Like, I think for me, I've always looked at the master tiers as kind of like basically 10 to 5 is kind of the upper tier. and then 5-3, and then the top 3 is just kind of almost a match of its own, really, or even top 2. Because there's just so many tiers of Master Tier on top of that because of how well they play. When you see something like Acer, they're definitely one of those top tier teams, and getting any round win against them showcases what kind of chops that your team has. And I don't know. I know we were discounting Restart a lot, but it's showcasing that, hey, they can do some damage to Acer, especially when we got players like Parrot knocking down people back and forth. I don't know. I'm kind of shocked that we didn't see a better defense there, but we'll have to see.
Here comes an aggressive rollout from Determined Fear. That's a 1-for-1. As Shimmy picks up the quick refrag. Damage done to Igris through the wall, but not too much, as they will want to heal up here through that syringe and stay healthy for the push to make it a 4-4 play in here. Walls opened up, nades coming out, and Acer are held off for the time being as Restart make ground towards site.
Plunge finds Egris. Here comes a swing from Tech9 Jr., but Maestro anticipated it and was waiting. Maestro does almost go down from a frag grenade, but not quite. As we're down to, once again, a 3 versus 3. This could be a massive round for Restart to win here. It would really hurt the economy once again from Acer. They invested a ton into this round, into these Vezins, and Restart have done an excellent job in damaging them quite a bit. Plunge is low. Mr. Huang is even lower. Hotline is still on 100 health, so you can't discount Acer by any means. But you can't discount Restart either. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, no, that's just a bug with the the casting client. I thought Parrot was completely invisible, but their model didn't load. Anyways, a minute 40 on the clock is Plunge looking to move over towards Electrical. Maestro might get swung on. No, Maestro finds Plunge. It's now just down to Hotline to Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang does manage to find one, and it's a 2 versus 2. Hotline goes down. It's now just down to Mr. Huang, who manages to find one. They're both insanely low on health. There's only 8 from Mr. Huang and 5 from Maestro. Maestro looks to go for the swing. Mr. Huang, though, finds it instead and was completely calm and collected and collects the first map for Acer 7-3.
I mean, Restart are here to play, Martini. That was a heck of a map one from them. Acer had to fight for that 7-3.
I mean, I was watching it and I was thinking, like, what is Restart doing compared to some other teams I've seen? And I've noticed that the rounds that Restart have been able to take back are the aggressive rounds. I've noticed that Acer, definitely a great defensive team. They know what they're doing, but they tend to play with a little bit of a roamer. And I've noticed with Restart, if they can get the speed and tempo really going, it kind of throws Acer off just for a little bit, and it allows a small opening for Restart to really come in and shake things up. And we saw that coming down to a 1v1, and not on top of that, I mean, 8 health left on Mr. Huang. That's just impressive gameplay, I think, from Restart there, showcasing that they can really keep Acer on their toes there. And that's what I'm saying. Like, they might not be beatable, but as I think Nightfire even said a while back, Acer still bleeds.
Yeah, I mean, look at the KDs at the end of the round here on Restart. Parrot with 12 on the board. Going positive against Acer in postseason is something to be pretty happy with. Maestro 8-8, 7-8 from Gears. I mean, they were here and competed. Plunge was 11-4. Everyone else had 9 or 7 kills on the Acer squad, and so it's, you know, comparable kills honestly coming in, which is just, it makes me think that Restart might actually have an opportunity to maybe find a map against Acer this afternoon, which would be a tremendous surprise to me, because I really came in here thinking Acer was going to be done in a quick 2-0. But at this stage, after seeing Restart battle there, it makes me wonder if maybe they're capable of getting a little momentum slide and maybe getting that sort of boost in energy they need to take a map against Acer. I don't know, Bob. It's not a small order, it's a tall order to say the least.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you're going up against Acer, so no matter what, it's going to be a difficult battle. But yeah, absolutely. There was so much potential from Restart there. They found picks, and you know what they really did well was capitalize on Acer's overconfidence. We had a couple of rounds where they would swing because they were up quite a bit in the rounds, and you know, in the case of when Parrot clutched, they had 3 people jump out the window and try and pursue that kill. They thought it was going to work out, but no, Parrot was there, waiting, anticipating it, found those kills with the Viper. So, Yeah, Restart put up a pretty good, map against Acer, and I think if they just had a little bit more time, they might have been able to turn things around. But again, that's how Acer works. They shut their opponents down quickly before they can build up that momentum. And yeah, I mean, if we're going to see Restart move forward, they got to play aggressive on offense. And on defense, they need to find picks at the beginning of the round. They need to slow down Acer as much as they possibly can. If they can shut down that momentum, they may stand a chance at pulling rounds out against Acer.
Yeah, and before we dive into our second map, which is going to be coming up soon, a quick shout out to our sponsors of the VRML. We do appreciate their support. Those sponsors include Triangle Factory, contributing into the hefty cash prize pool this season for first and second place. We really do appreciate that. That comes in from them, as well as, obviously, the top 2 North American teams being flown out to play live at VRML Con, getting 3-night stay, the whole shebang. I mean, it is amazing that Triangle Factory has been able to support us to this degree, and we're incredibly happy for that partnership with them. We had a quick casting client bug we needed fixed on a weekend today, and they fixed it for us. So it's incredible to see their dedication to the league and to even the production side for us. We really do appreciate them. A big shout out to Triangle Factory for their continued strong support across the board, not just financially, but also, to make the league what it is. We really do appreciate them. We're also sponsored by ProTube. I've got my mag tube handily at my side this time, not too far off, and you can see the magnetic stock snapping in to help stabilize your aim, which you would put your controllers in, help stabilize your aim against your shoulder so that you can be the most accurate in any of your favorite VR shooters. You can get a discount by using code ILOVEVRML at checkout, so do please check that out. We're also sponsored by HyperX. You're hearing my voice on the HyperX Procast S. They're also contributing into the prize pool for first and second place with hardware, and bringing $2,000 in hardware and giveaways to the convention this year. So if you head to that convention, you have a good chance you'll get a giveaway in hardware somehow. And I bought enough time, Bob, for us to get in to the second map between Acer and Restart.
Yeah, I find Skyscraper definitely an interesting choice coming out from. I'm not sure which team ended up choosing this between the two, but I wouldn't be shocked if it was Restart. I think they're coming in. Yeah, they're the away team, right? So they would have chosen the band map. So likely that they would choose map 2. I think I always see Skyscraper as a great kind of mix-up map compared to other maps because it just plays so differently compared to things like Factory, especially, which again has been a tried and true map. It's been around for such a long time. But I mean, it's hard not to say that Skyscraper just doesn't play differently, as we saw in the previous map, where the map 2 was such a huge switch up for that team.
Right in. Oh, go ahead, Bob.
It's a swing right in from Restart. Tech9 does manage to nab Maestro. Gears finds that refrag, though. Oh, no, Parrot TK's Shimirulu with the frag grenade. Gears finding Determined Fears is quickly a 3 versus 1. Now just down to Fishy here in round 1 of Skyscraper, and they're going to get flanked by Mr. Huang as Acer picking up their first round of Skyscraper defense.
Martini, you can't afford team kills when you're going up against Acer. You can't be taking out your own team when you need every player advantage up against this squad.
Oh, definitely. I think Restart has figured out that the aggressive play works well against Acer. As we saw that previous round, they played so aggressive. They played fast into that room. But to your point, they got to be very careful. Here's the problem. When you play aggressive and fast, unless you practice that so much, the problem is small mistakes come out. And some small mistakes sometimes cause a TK. And you don't need that. You don't need your frag going out, causing a TK. Because the problem is you either knock out one of your own players or you accidentally get your own self knocked out because of the team kill damage. And that's the last thing Restart needs, because they already are on a big disadvantage considering that Acer's on the defensive side. They're on Skyscraper. They play pretty well on the defensive side. But the one thing that Restart does have is that if they play fast, they play it aggressive, it does provide some openings for them against Acer. But they got to watch their backs when they're doing that, because the last thing you need as a frag knocking out one of your own players.
I just think this is a
Well-
really tough start for Restart. I mean, because they're on Skyscraper and Acer's on defense. I know Martini was questioning that. I'm just wondering how it turned out this way as well, because this is such a notorious map for the defense advantage, as we do see Determined Fear find some kills, and they're just getting picked off over here on Restart right now.
Another kill, nades, everything getting thrown in, and Shy alone at the top, as they'll find one, but a 1v3. What are they going to do? Rotate out to the stairs, try their hand pushing down to the backside there, where they do have a Vezin patiently waiting for them and letting them know that they're here and watching the stairs.
Yeah, it's just down to Fishy here. I mean, Martini I don't really think it's worth saving here. Would you agree?
I mean, we're going into round 2. A save is going to just save them like 500 more, but they're also going to have that consecutive loss bonus coming in. It's only if they really...
Wow, Fishy taking out Tech9 Jr. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I think they're going to be going for the picks there. But I think they're probably going to be playing it out. I think that makes the most sense for them because they're coming into the third round. It's likely that they might be picking up a Vezin if they didn't buy too much into their economy in these first 2 rounds. So Spectral isn't the best buy on our third round anyways, unless they're going in for that support player, right? They're playing very much on buying a lot of utility for their teammates. It's the only time I can see maybe the Spectral save kind of paying off well, especially when you're going against, I'm not sure if they're aware, but 2 Vezins in hand, it's just really hard to beat against, play against something like that, right?
I mean, we still saw them take out Tech9 Jr., right, Nightfire?
Yeah, I mean, pretty solid. They're also doing a bit of a dance as they are rotating back to the vent. They have to go this way for the EMP, and I don't know that Acer know that that EMP is down there inside that doorway, as Fishy does push down, and we'll be able to go get that EMP.
Hotline's definitely going to hear that. Fishy rotates out. Now, they had plenty of time here. They had about 2 minutes to work with. They played for picks a little bit, but we're kind of out of the window of opportunity for, playing picks. And at this point, Fishy needs to book it to the nearest site. I think they're going to go full send, rush A. Oh, no. Oh, they're going to swing in broadcast hallway. Uh-oh. That's not good. They're both out there on Acer right now, and they both have Vezins. Oh my god! Oh my goodness! No way! Fishy just took out both Vezin players and gave Restart their first round here on Skyscraper.
So everything I just said, a minute ago, let's scratch that. We don't need to worry about that. Obviously, the meta is only full sending on 2 Vezin players and winning. Obviously, you make those. Restart makes those. And as much as we gave Restart such a hard time, I think considering that they're 8th seed against Acer, again, there's still players. They still can get shot and they can still bleed, and that's what we're seeing here. I mean, that one, I think it was Restart probably playing off of Acer, expecting a save there. If I were Acer, I would have kind of maybe put my guard down a little bit, expected potentially someone playing more of a save, or maybe even going for a switch up onto A side, because I thought they're gonna go all the way, resetting to the other side and pushing that. But going in for that half hallway thing, I thought it was a little risky. But I mean, hey, sometimes you got to risk it to get the biscuit, and they got a lot of biscuits there. I mean, 2 Vezins, they couldn't pick up both, but they got a Vezin in hand still.
I mean, this is what we're all about with the postseason, Bob. It's Restart, the 8th seed, qualifying into the Challenger Cup, clutching a Vezin versus Pistol 1v2 to lock in a tie 1-1 on Skyscraper, completely get their economy back in order, and now we're into a full buy round 3.
Yeah, we're seeing Vezins across the board from both sides. Now, Acer a little hurt on their eco here, only able to field 3 Vezins instead of the 5 that they were probably expecting to. That was still such a fantastic clutch from Fishy there. It's just, even if you're really close and you got a Vezin, there's still no 100% guarantee that you will win. And that was the perfect showcase of that because, it's still just a great clutch up. But in any case, we do see Restart rotating down lower south stairs, making their move towards site A. And I think they really realized at this point that the key to victory here, like Martini said, is to stick together as a team, play aggressive. They're taking over Site A right now. Determined Fear finds Maestro with a frag, and they're kind of forced into this angle, this connector over here on Site A, but quick collapse as Plunge finds some kills, and there go all of the restart players, and it's now just time to defuse that EMP.
Good smokes, decent entry. I felt like it was going to be disaster for Acer there for a moment with how they swung through. But really good job weathering the utility and the nades and not going down to any of that early pre-fire from the entirety of the Acer squad. And then they all just kind of pop back out. It's like a spring, retracts in and then springs back out for the attack to get that full 4-player alive defensive round win. A very solid comeback from themselves because they were down in economy, to your point there, Bob.
Yeah, definitely a really good really good on Acer for coming off that previous eco round. I mean, I thought they would have struggled a little bit more with that. But again, Acer, you can't even count them out in their eco rounds. And it's kind of shocking. Like, again, a team that has that kind of skill to be so deadly across all sorts of different situations that could develop for them. But I think Restart's been putting up a really good game in general against Acer, considering that we expect them to play a lot worse against a team like Acer that's playing such a good game against them. But when you have players like Plunge on the back and able to flank them and cut them off, it worked out very well for the Acer retake because it looked to be such a good, solid site take from the Restart team.
Gears finding a pick onto Tech9 Jr. Fishy goes down to Plunge. As we're starting things off on a 4-4. Parrot looking to move into the podcast room. Mr. Huang finds one. Plunge finds one. Gears refrags Plunge. But we're down to a 2 versus 3, and the position is really bad here for Restart. Parrot's about to get surrounded, and yeah, just overpowered by Hotline, Determined Fear, and Mr. Huang. And as quickly as that round started, it was over, Martini.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, positioning for the Bromers, I think, is making a lot of value for Ace. We saw that in previous round where Plunge was on the back and the flank and allow a pinch on that previous site. And this one, we saw, I think it was Mr. Huang in the hallway, allowing Acer to get them shots, not just from one angle, but also from a different angle. That really puts Restart into a really tough position. And I think it's the hardest thing for Restart as they're attacking Acer. It's just dealing with all these different angles that these defenders, they put themselves in such a good spot to be able to retake these areas. Because normally areas like the radio room is really hard to retake for a lot of defenders. But we're not seeing that from Acer. They do a good job at letting go of the room, knowing that they can retake it pretty soon after.
It's a level of confidence that you get after being undefeated over 11 weeks of regular season gameplay. One thing that stood out to me in the Acer interview in particular was that they said that they kind of knew they were going to be number one when they started to see the roster shakeups happening with some of these other teams at the top. You know, this roster has stayed strong on the Acer side for, I think, since the preseason, maybe even. And that has a lot of weight to it as Hotline opens things up nicely with the kill on the Shimmy and almost one on the Maestro.
There have been the fair share of roster shakeups for Acer, but yeah, this team has consistently been around for quite some time, only ever picking up a couple of new players or swapping out old ones. Plunge over in lower north hallway. But yeah, I mean, we have seen like quite a few of the teams change up their rosters during this season. I think that just gave extra confidence to Acer, and it gave extra confidence to Plunge, certainly, who just swung right out on Fishy. EMP is down in Courtyard. Plunge looking for another kill. Maestro looking to push out on a Plunge, but Plunge doesn't care and finds it anyway. However, Parrot securing that frag as Gears taking the kill onto Hotline. Determined Fear and Gears fighting each other in the smoke. Gears pushes into B2 Lounge. I don't know if Determined Fear has any idea where they are.
So low on HP, and Gears finds Determined Fear. Tech9 just passes past Parrot, and Parrot's gonna pop out for a kill. Restart have 2 on their offensive half.
I gotta ask you, Martini, do you think that this should be more Acer favored here? I mean, they're on skyscraper defense. I feel like it,
Yeah.
normally it
Mhm.
should be,
I'm wondering if Restart is starting to figure out Acer's defense. Like, it's like that blows my mind to say, but look at this. 3-2, maybe even going into a 3-3 if Restart plays their cards right here. But Acer, I've seen them on attack, and I think they're so strong on the attack. And I mean, I think the same thing normally about their defense here. But I think Restart might have honestly been able to figure out their defense at this point. They seem to attack them in good spots. And kind of make things work out for them. I think also part of it, I really do still think it's the same thing. Maybe Acer needs to give Restart a little bit more credit, because some of these attacks and some of these angles are going for, they're really aggressive. And I get it when you're playing normally against some really solid teams, and you're obviously seeded 1, but Restart has been showing they have clutch potential. They have crazy clutch potential. I think they gotta be a little bit more careful about some of the picks they're going for, because we've been seeing them get picked off finally. From Restart, and I think they're looking really in form right now for Restart. I don't know. This might be tied up, which puts them in a really solid spot, I think, for the upcoming defending side. But again, that Acer attack is definitely nothing to feel good about.
I mean, on the poll that came through, I voted for Restart on this map. So I tried to give them a little bit of extra percentage there, but I think it was like 73 to 27. Is that accurate math? I think it is. And so, in favor of Acer winning map number 2 here. So we'll see if Restart can keep going with this momentum. I think a third point of 3-3.5 would be, to Bob's point, really good. I mean, if they can take this, for them to side swap to go into defense, I don't know though. It's like it's been upside down since postseason, where Skyscraper has been offensive sided.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point to make. I don't know. I've seen teams, perform really well on offense, but at the same time, what did we have earlier? Who played on a defense? It was Fusion on Skyscraper, and they put in a fantastic 6-0 defense against Ignite before swapping sides. We see a couple of picks from each team coming out as Shimi Marui goes down, but Mr. Huang also goes down. Determined Fear finding gears as frags are exchanged from both sides, and neither one of them find anybody. But 1:20 on the clock here in the halftime round.
And just great reads coming in on this squad until Parrot pops out to catch Determined Fear, trying to get them popping out of the door blocker. 2v3, and down goes Parrot. Tech9 finds a nice clean kill. Now it's a 2v3 because I didn't see Fishy still alive, and Maestro on a rotation here inside server room. So see what they can pull together.
Maestro, again over by server room. Fishy moving through the podcast room very carefully. The EMP is down outside the building, by the way, and I don't think they have enough time to go and get it. So I think what we're going to see is Restart are going to full send it into broadcast here. And I think they're channeling the power of the broadcast hallway. This is where Fishy took out both of those Acer players before, so maybe they're going to try and use it again. But 20 seconds on the clock. Acer doesn't have to push this. They can just play back in their very comfortable site. They don't have to worry about the EMP getting played, but Fishy does manage to take out Tech9, but Hotline and Plunge on the quick follow-up kills to make it a 4-2 game. But I don't know. I still have a feeling that things may go better for Restart here. 2 rounds on Skyscraper offense is normally something that, is quite the accomplishment.
Yeah, the idea is on the attack, you want to get as many rounds as possible to really put yourself into a good position when you're on that defending half here. And I'm expecting to see the same thing from Restart and how they approach their strategies. But I mean, that previous round, I just want to give credit to Acer. I think it just showcases they know the angles, they know the pre-fires. It was such a close area, but they were constantly shutting down Restart at very specific areas. And Acer does such a good job with that on their defense, just really locking down areas with a lot of their players. But Restart here, I think, I expect them to hold it down as much as possible, but I keep talking about the Acer attack because I think that's the deadlier part of themselves. Not the defense, but I think the attack. So it's definitely still going to be a tough thing to ask, but Restart has been putting up the kills. They've been putting up a really good fight against Acer. I wouldn't be shocked if they could maybe hold back this attack.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Martin. Team Martini, it really does feel like it, but I think the pace and the tone going to be set here in this pistol round with Acer on the attacking side. They've been quite solid on their attacking half so far today, and as a good smoke comes in there, it'll deny vision for the vault in from Hotline and Tech, so that they can safely foam down the wall and get their breach set up for B site.
Oh, and Shimmy Marui taking out Hotline with an S-tier frag. Tech9 looking to make their move into site B. Shimmy Marui finds another kill. Excuse me, and it's down to a 3 versus 4. Shimmy Marui using a trip mine to kill as it's now just down to Plunge, the last member of Acer standing here in round 7. Wow, that was extremely fast, but it really worked its way in favor of Restart, although it looked like Plunge might have found a kill onto Maestro. However, Gears swinging goes down to Plunge, and it's now just down to this 1v1. And they do not have possession of the EMP quite yet, but Plunge knows where Maestro is. Maestro knows where Plunge is. It's a battle of Swinger be swung, and Maestro swings to find the kill onto Plunge.
A defensive round on the board there. The pistol set held away from Acer, and Restart have momentum right now, Martini.
I'm gonna be honest. I can see this going to a map 3, and for Restart, that is huge. That is such a huge deal. And I brought it up. I think sometimes Skyscraper is kind of a mix-up map. It changes the pace of the game so much compared to a lot of the other maps, and I think that's why we consistently see Skyscraper used up. Potentially, I don't know. I noticed maybe that's just how playoffs are going. But in the last 2 games that we've been watching, Skyscraper was always the second map. Granted, Factory is also the first one, so I don't know. Maybe it's just how people like choosing their maps. But it seems to be a good shake-up map here. And I was saying it earlier. I think Restart, this might be some good potential for them to really secure as many rounds as possible. Maybe even go into 6 rounds to really clutch up and force this into a map 3. Maybe even going for a win if they could really hold their own against Acer. But I mean, again, they're showing that Acer bleeds. Hey, remember this. Acer bleeds even against the 8th seed, and that's a big deal.
And it rhymes for good reason, too, because it is a big deal, and you need to remember it. As we get into the round here, another pistol round for Acer, as 2 Vezins are scooped up by Restart, decently committed by Double Flash that binds Plunge for quite a while here, but has the support of the team over the top until Peric finds a double kill with a nade.
What a tremendous piece of artillery thrown by Parrot there, netting 2 early kills for Restart. And yeah, I think Martini was right. I think they absolutely have the capacity here. Now, Acer is on a bit of a super eco. They've only got 2 players up with Jespers, or they've got 2 players up with Jespers right now, determined sticking with that Spectral. They have no breaching foam, by the way, so they're just stuck in these choke points. A round win here would be, a tie-up for Restart. Beautiful frag from Gears, by the way. But yeah, I think the big strategy to success here for Restart is to stick to the sites and do not give up any picks at all to Acer. Just keep everybody's eco in good working order. Gears almost goes down to Tech9. They don't want to lose somebody right now. That would be very, very bad. And Gears continues to push that angle and gets team killed by Parrot. No way. Meanwhile, over on the other side, by Green Hallways, Determined Fear, who is making their way through the storage hallway, and they get intercepted by Shimmy Marui, who finds that kill. But I felt like that team kill was pretty avoidable there.
Holy cow. 4-4 tie game. Restart on map 2 could be pushing this to a map 3. And like you said in the pre-show, Martini, there's not a lot of map 3s that Acer have played, even over the course of the regular season.
I mean, this is just impressive. And this goes to show, I say it so many times, it doesn't matter what seed you are in the ladders. It all that matters is that you can win these matches. And that's what playoffs are all about, because all the seeding does is it decides who you play against. But if you can beat everybody, it doesn't matter. You can be 8th seed, 5th seed, whatever. I don't even care. But if you can beat them, who cares? You'll always get yourself to the grand finals here. And this, again, is just a beautiful showing from Restart. on how to play against, I guess, Acer on Skyscraper. I mean, 4-4 for a team that's doing such a good job, and I think Acer's just messing up on the attack here. A beautiful frag coming out from Restart, just knocking them down. I don't know if you all noticed, but the attackers, they were coming in flashing themselves. It was just kind of a clunky attack coming from Acer, and Restart was able to punish it very well.
Wow. If Acer lose this map, I'll be incredibly surprised. And man, the pressure, Bob, will really be on then. You're talking about Restart looking at an opportunity to potentially defeat what is the number 1 seed, the number 1 favored team to go to VRML Con. That would be the probably biggest upset we've had in VRML in Breachers yet. So there's a lot on the line here for this Acer team, and Restart is here to play. They are contesting. This squad is determined. Finally opens things up for Acer with an early kill.
I think it would just be really tough for the mental game of Acer to go for so long without losing a game, and then to lose the one that would get you to VRML Con. But anyways, we see Parrot and Shimmy Marui find a kill, Plunge securing Maestro. But it's a 2 versus 3. They do not have possession of the EMP on Acer, but Plunge doesn't care. And they're storming through. Hotline finds Shimmy Marui. And there we're seeing that Acer offense that I think was missing for a couple of rounds there, Martini.
I mean, this is what I was talking about. Acer's attack is so deadly, even when they're on an disadvantage. I swear you can never say they're on a disadvantage, because they win those disadvantages quite often, and that's why I say Acer is such a good team. They can play, I think, in all situations. They know how to play against when it's the perfect situation, when it's the worst situation, and that's really what for me the value of that team is. They play in every single scenario. It's almost like they've seen all potential futures and they've learned how to play against them, right? But again, I can't discount Restart because they're so close. This might just be a win up for Acer, but they're on a strong economy advantage against Restart. This might be the thing that tips the game back in Acer's favor.
They're using the Infinity Stones to see all the possible futures.
Right,
So
they're like,
win
okay, I know
the game. Partnering up with Doctor Strange to get the wins. Well, it certainly would be Doctor Strange if they scooped up a W here against the undefeated team, but I would be here for it, Bob. If we can get 3 maps this afternoon, what an exciting 3rd map that would be for us to tune in and watch the underdogs, the 8th seed squad that advanced in through Challenger Cup contest the number 1 seed. I mean, they're doing it right now, and it's an awesome series to tune into.
I mean, we were talking about this with Hertaj in the pre-show, Nightfire. I mean, it was really, Mr. Huang finding gears. I mean, you know, if Restart can manage to find Acer here, it would, I mean, every other game would feel really easy, you know, to take out this opponent. But, you know, things are starting to fall back in favor of Acers. We see a 3 versus 5, 2 early picks for Acer, and they're just collapsing on this offense. Oh my goodness, a beautiful S-tier frag from Determined Fear, and it's now just down to Fishy, who's got a 1v5 with the Spectral, which is not a job that I envy, but that would prevent, that would prevent Acer from going 6-4, but yeah, I mean, a win here would give them match point. Hotline on the lean finds the kill on Fishy, makes this a match point here. A little heartbreaking for Restart. They played so well there for a couple of rounds. I mean, their best case scenario right now is a tie, so they're not out of it yet 100%.
Yeah.
But Acer are starting to power up, and Restart are they're running on fumes in terms of eco right now, Martini.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, that last round, I think the glimmer of hope is fading away for the Restart team. I don't want to count them out yet. We've seen crazy clutch potential from the Restart team. But I'm not sure if Acer just finally locked in and kind of got the rhythm back, because they just picked off, I think it was 1, 2, 3 players or something like that offside. It was just like, whoa, like slow down. And they're so far from each other. It was crazy, and that's what I'm talking about. Acer just feels like you made a good example there, Nightfire. It feels like they got the Infinity Stones. They've seen, you know, so many scenarios play on their heads, and man, they are just knocking down those scenarios when they can.
We're gonna get copyright strikes for using.
Oh, sorry. They can read time. They can read time.
I'm the one that started it, so it's all good. But yeah, they are really doing a good job of predicting the restart layout, and we'll see if they can predict it again here going in to round 11. That point for Acer, and what a series it's been so far, with Restart team battling every bit of the way, and an unfortunate early, well, actually a 4-4 that keeps Restart in this one, and an even 4v4 pickup here. There might be a few less in a minute, though, as Mr. Huang pokes out a nade, flies in, and almost catches Mr. Huang. Peeking in, down they'll go from Maestro, and actually the kill advantage cleanly in to Restart's hands.
Oh my goodness, Martini, this might happen. we thought it was over.
You know, maybe they didn't see this with their the Infinity Stones, but anyway. Restart. Oh man, this is what I didn't expect this. I'm gonna be honest. I put all my bets on the Acer squad, but if you're gonna tell me they're gonna potentially clutch this up in a 6-6 against Acer, I would have said you're crazy. But that's what playoffs is about, and that's what I'm seeing from Restart. They have that's what I said earlier. They have the clutch potential. We've seen that happen consistently. And we can't discount their defense. I don't know what they're doing on the defensive side, but they know what they're doing. They got it locked in. And it's almost like they're starting to, it felt like they're figuring out Acer's defense. Now it feels like they might be figuring out Acer's attack. So I'm not sure if Restart is just a really good team at adjusting their strategies. But the fact that they're going toe for toe with Acer at this point, I think is already an accomplishment on its own, considering that they just fought out of CCs last week, and now they're playing amongst the top teams at this point, the top team.
It is a heck of an achievement, and it's not over yet, Bob, as we get into map point yet again. Round 12 this time, and if Restart take one more, we go to a third map where it'll be decided, or could be decided quickly, or we could have ourselves with the upset of the season, of the year, of the existence of VRML, as we do go in to, again, round 12.
I was going to say, this would be probably the biggest upset we've ever seen in the history of Breaches VRML. So there's no pressure for Restart, but I think, that win there, it's boosted their eco. It's going to give their it's going to boost their mental as well. I think they may have enough to just inch out that one final round win here and take it to a third map. We'll see. Don't count Acer out yet. I mean, they're the number one team for a reason, so they could close this out. They're being very, very careful, but there's potential here for Restart. And, I think that's what they're going to go off of to try and net out a win or a tie here against Acer. They can't win this anymore, but this may be enough to keep them moving into that third and final map, where they'd still have quite the challenge ahead of them. They'd still have to go 7-3 at least to get to that next map. But hey, I mean, if they do better than that, then they could shut out Acer still.
At the angle here from Acer as they swing in, covering through their windows, and Mr. Huang opens things up with an early kill. 5-4 advantage in the final round as they push in, and Fishy's tucked and waiting to spring the trap that gets denied.
Oh my goodness, 4 strong rushing into site A. They're looking to get that EMP planted right now. It's just down to Shimi Marui and Maestro. Oh, could it be heartbreak for Restart to fall so close? But I'm not quite sure. I mean, don't count them out yet. We saw Fishy earlier take out 2 Vezem players with just a Taurus, but Shimmy looks to swing. It doesn't happen. And Acer take this second map 7-5, and Restart is knocked out of round 1 here, but what a game they put in against Acer. That was a very, very fun map to watch.
I mean, Martini, if you're anybody that's going to be going up against Acer, which is everybody on NA, then you're going to use this game to really kind of analyze.
I would watch this. Maybe you got to play them on Skyscraper. Maybe you got to figure out what was Restart doing on the attacks that were working against Acer. What were they doing on the defense? It's crazy. The fact that I think Acer had fallen so close to winning that one out, I think goes into question that maybe they might not be the definitive winner for grand finals, and that's a big thing to say. That's a huge thing to say. But I'm just saying that as an honest thing right now, considering that the 8th seed, technically the lowest seed against them, played such a close game. They almost forced a map 3, which would have allowed them potentially to win it out.
I mean, if I'm Restart here, I think I'd be pretty proud of myself.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
They won Challenger Cup, which was its own beast, and
got your
that's
skin.
one of the
You got your
hardest things to
skin.
do. Yeah, I was gonna say they got the skin. And they put in a really decent performance against the #1 team, almost tied up that map. And I wonder what we could have seen if that went to a third map. Could we have seen Restart turn it around and potentially build up momentum on Acer? I'm not sure. I mean, Acer's a formidable opponent no matter what. But, I think if you're an Acer fan, you definitely had your faith shaken a little bit here because the number 8 seeded team put in a heck of a performance there. I think Restart did a tremendous job this season. But yeah, any closing thoughts from anybody else before we wrap up here?
No, just a hats off to Restart, hats off to Acer, to everybody that's been tuning in, to you, Bob, to Martini, to Hair Ties for casting a long day today. And we got more tomorrow, a lot more tomorrow, with 2 more best of 3s for EU starting at 9 a.m. PST and 2 more best of 3s for NA starting at the same time they started here today at 2 p.m. PST. So keep your eyes peeled on the YouTube channel for those live streams. You can see the events already planned right now so you don't miss them. You can notify yourself so you don't miss it. And this is only the beginning, really, Bob. I mean, we got tomorrow with where we're going to decide 2 more teams for EU and 2 more teams for NA. And then we move on to next weekend where the real, meat and potatoes of the tournament really gets down to it. And we decide 2 teams that advance on to VRML Con in July. It's the most hype I've been about a season finale for all of VRML, and I cannot wait to get to it next weekend.
Yeah, I just think we saw so many above average performances today. Between Acer and Restart, and then Ignite and Fusion. They, every team here put up, a great fight, and it just kind of hit me. We still have half of the bracket to go tomorrow. We still have to see Eternity play. Yeah. We still have to see, IVNA play. We've got Horizon that we still need to see. We've got Formula 3 coming up. So many great rosters that we still have yet to see play tomorrow for NA, for EU as well. So I highly recommend everybody tune in for these casts because that tomorrow we're going to see another great round of Breachers. And then the week after that, I'm so excited for the semis, for those EU grand finals. That's going to be some of the best Breachers you've seen, and then it's all going to lead up to that VRML Con 2024. It's going to be a lot of fun. But for now, that is going to do it for us over here at the Breachers VRML. I have been your host, Gibular Bob, my co-casters Martini and Nightfire with 2 E's. We'll catch you all tomorrow for the next cast. Have a fantastic rest of your night, everybody.
VRML is brought to you by Helga, the esports manager, Triangle Factory. Thanks for watching VRML.